Testing. Testing, testing. Is that good? Okay, you're welcome. Good evening. We are now ready to start our open public meeting for school board work session.
Madam Chair, the first item on the agenda for the work session is the cell phone policy discussion. Ms. Gardner, and with the assistance from Dr. Byrd, our Chief of Schools, has uploaded to ESB 2 attachments for the school board to be able to review. The first one is the actual Executive Order 33, which is draft guidance for cell phone-free education. In plain layman's terms, basically stating that all school divisions of Virginia must have a cell phone-free policy in place by January 1, 2025. That's going to be our goal for the board to be able to develop some things, hopefully with an action item at the November school board meeting so that we can use the rest of November and the first couple of weeks of December to be able to alert our school community to any potential changes that would occur so that they would have 1 month of preparation before they return after winter break. The second document that was uploaded to ESB was the Region 2 cell phone practices. I want to thank Dr. Byrd for reaching out to all of his colleagues across Region 2 to list all of the cell phone practices or current practices that they might potentially be adjusting based. I think I'm good, yes. Thank you. Based on Executive Order 33. As you can see here, Suffolk Public Schools is listed at the top with our plan to have this in place and to go into effect when students return from winter break in January 2025. Our elementary, Dr. Byrd has put a synopsis for each of the 3 levels. Elementary, not allowed unless a parent completes a form and must stay in book bag and out of sight. Middle must stay in book bag and out of sight. High school can be used during non-class times. Use in the classroom is at the teacher's discretion. You will also find 2-sided cell phone signs throughout the schools that says cell phone allowed and cell phone away. As the board begins to prepare this discussion, I do want to let the board know that we are actually anticipating that any changes that we have in our cell phone policy will mainly affect the high school level. From the work that both Dr. Pichon and Dr. Lee has done, cell phones are not in the classrooms at the elementary or middle school level. As a matter of fact, almost all of our middle school students don't even bring their book bags into the classroom. So as the board is making these adjustments, 2 things we want them to keep into consideration, the high school level specifically, and also a plan that we would have to address for parental contact, since many of our parents have used the cell phone as a way to keep in contact with their students throughout the school day. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I will turn this back over to you, and between myself, Dr. Byrd, and Mr. Waller, the 3 of us are available to answer any questions throughout the discussion.
Thank you. I'll start at this end to see if anyone has any questions regarding. Ms. Barham?
No, I don't at this time.
Anyone else? Do you have any questions?
Just to clarify where it says on the second document, what was attached, the table, it says no change, planning for a January 25th revision. What does that mean, no change, but then there's a revision?
So right now it says 24-25 status. So some schools had already put into place when Executive Order 33 came out that they would have no cell phones in their schools when school started. Because this is 24-25 status, part of the reason why Dr. Byrd has listed it at this time, we don't have a change, but we're planning for a change in January for 2025.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I actually do have a question. Once we implement a policy, will there be training for the teachers so that the teachers know how to respond to the policy that's in place if there's insubordination from the students? I mean, if they're not adhering to the rules? What I don't want to see is have this fall on the teachers' backs, where the teachers are the ones responsible, and not only for the phones, should something happen to them, but that they have a very clearly defined policy and backup from administration so that this is not yet another behavioral issue that the teachers have to implement and hold the standard to. I want to make sure that they're fully equipped and they know how to respond, and it's across the board uniform.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So to address Ms. Linglow's questions, the teachers are already prepared for this. As you see in that column for high school, it's already been at the teacher's discretion. And cell phone violations are already a part of the discipline matrix, so nothing would change as far as the process on the school administration's end on how they would handle it. The biggest change would occur with students understanding that a new practice is in place.
May I ask one more question? Will this also entail considering a policy for cell phone usage on buses?
That would be at the board's discretion. Executive Order 33 specifically says during class time, during the school day. At this time, we have not had any discussions or concerns about cell phone use on the bus. And I also believe that will be extremely difficult to enforce since the bus drivers should focus on driving and not worry if a student is using their cell phone.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
What is the current policy as it reads on cell phone usage within Suffolk Public Schools? What does that policy currently states?
Attorney Waller, can you answer that, please?
The policy currently provides for, and really it's only in the high school grades. The student is allowed to have their cell phone out during class time. This teacher does have the right to ask students to put their cell phones up if they consider it to be a distraction within the classroom. But the student does have the right to have their phones out during the class period.
And that's our current policy that's giving the students the right to have their cell phones out during instruction. Yet, if the teacher deem it a distraction, the teacher at that point can then direct the student to put it up.
Yeah, keep in mind that the cell policy of Suffolk Public Schools had a period of time where it was a model policy. It wasn't actually in place in all of the schools. It started out just to be at, I think it was at Kings Fork, and it was like on a trial basis. And then after it was in Kings Fork for a while, then the decision was made to make it division-wide. And so that was the evolution of the cell phone policy.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else?
Well, I had additional questions.
Okay. You had two, so I can come back to you if anyone else has anything.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have similar questions and concerns to what both Board Slingloff and Vice Chair House said when it comes to our cell phone usage policy. But I'm a little bit more concerned of the fact that we've had one in place for quite a long time, and it appears that it is not being exercised or enforced to its fullest extent at this point. So I would like for us to not just meet this mandate, but I would like for us very much to spend some time developing this policy, because there's really great research in place right now that says that this is contributing to the academic impact in the classroom. As an educator, it's hard already to be in a classroom educating 20, 25 kids or more times. But then for you to have to compete with a cell phone for their attention during instruction time, the research is telling us that there's a negative impact in that. So as a board, I think that we should be very circumspect when it comes to this, take the current policy that we have, send it to policy review, and really consider how we can craft something that is in the best interest of these students in the classroom. Thank you.
Mr. Riddick?
For my second question, how many, I have a series of questions here, but how many disciplinary incidents have we had within the last full school year involving cell phones, be it a student sitting in a fight, posting negative pictures of someone via cell phone, talking on the cell phone, texting while in class, using it to cheat? How many instances have we had? Is that collected?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we'll give Dr. Brand a chance because I see him researching. As we remind the board, Dr. Brand of our disciplinary infractions last month, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Brown, but I didn't see cell phones in your top 5 or top 10 for infractions. Now, the one caveat, which I think, Mr. Riddick, you might be getting at is, and maybe this piggybacks on Ms. Slingloff's question, if a student is having their cell phone out in class and the teacher asks the student to put the cell phone away and they don't, that actually would be coded more than likely as insubordination and not as a cell phone violation. The cell phone violation would be when a student is using it to record an incident like you mentioned and things of that nature. So that wasn't in his top 5 or top 10. And also to kind of address what Dr. Brittingham was stating, remember, if it says teacher's discretion, teachers have used the cell phones in classroom for instructional materials, such as playing games, such as Kahoot, in order to check for understanding and for mastery of context. It has varied classroom to classroom at the high school level. This is why I opened up by stating that that is going to be the one level where we will have to have more clear expectations, because once the board makes the guidelines that will be a part of that policy, that's going to be the one level that we have to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And the board may also want to consider how that will actually look, because some of the school divisions, similar to what we have had in some of our schools, when they do allow cell phones in school, it's only during change of class, it's only during lunch, as a way to allow the students to have some access. That is some of the things that you see here throughout Region 2. So that might be another caveat that the board would like to think about. But regarding teacher discretion is exactly what that is. That's teacher discretion. And some teachers use it more than others. Some teachers don't allow it to be used at all. I do know we have some teachers that is very clear that as soon as a student walks into the classroom at the high school level, there's a sign in the classroom that says cell phones away. Teachers then have the students have the cell phones in their book bags. They have them, the hooks on the book bags placed up on the wall, and that's where the kids actually leave their book bags for the entire class, which is a way that the teacher has been able to monitor that no one can be on their phone because it's in the book bag up on the hook. So, of course, we're going to send this back to policy review, but part of the reason why we're having this discussion here in the work session is to allow the full board to be able to generate some concepts and ideas to go to policy review. That's how this entire process is going to work, and that's why I'm saying this is going to be a 2-month process, including the policy review committee, and I would be asking for a vote from the board, as I said earlier, in November.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When we began, when the school system began to allow cell phones, it was because we did not have Chromebooks. It predated our Chromebooks. And so when we experimented with it at Kings Fork, it was for the very purpose of using cell phones for instruction. But the caveat was that it was for instruction only. And students were informed that it was for instruction only. So there has always been the discipline piece for using your cell phone inappropriately. If you're using it to record fights or try to intimidate somebody or trying to bully somebody, that has always been a part of what we do. Nobody is supposed to be looking at TikTok or doing something else while instruction is going on. And we do know from the conference that we attended, there are states now that are suing some of these companies for what's on that. And so we understand what the research says about it. And I don't think there's one of us who's not in agreement with it because of the chaos that these things have caused and this technology and all over, not just with cell phones, but with other devices. But all of this predated our use of our Chromebooks and predated COVID. So that was why we allowed it in the first place, so that we could show students how to use technology in a positive way for instruction only. It was never to be used for other purposes. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I ditto to what Dr. Buck has just said. The instruction piece was what we settled on when we began this whole issue years ago. And now with the Chromebooks, you know, we do have guidelines, correct, Dr. Gordon, in for Chromebooks. So if they violate those Chromebook things, they can take pictures of people, they can do all kinds of crazy things with that. There are violations there stipulated in rules and regulations as well. I was reading the governor's thing, and I totally agree with some parts of the statement. I think, you know, instruction maybe to some of our adults that are teachers and staff members, because I'm from the old school. Many people know that. But many of our adults are not modeling correct cell phone usage. And this is very discerning to me because I think that is what our students look to. If you have a teacher who is constantly on a cell phone in a classroom, but yet you have a sign up that says cell phones away, you're sending the wrong message to our students. And so I think we need to include that in some way when we develop a policy so that those people who are employees of Suffolk Public School, they have rules that they follow as well. Because if we don't model those policies, our children will not model those policies. And that's the way it's always been. And I think that's where we're coming into some problems. Allowed to use it. We're sending the wrong signals. I want to see that something is placed in there concerning the adults in this situation, those employees. To me, that's very important in this whole concept. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, and I think you have another question too, but I just want for two things, piggyback on what you said. If we put rules in place, we need to follow those rules. We have to put the consequences, because if they don't, we put them there and they never get a consequence, they're going to continue to do all the bad things or wrong things that we're telling them not to do, straight across the board. And just for some discussion, what do you think about, because I know parents contact their children during the day on cell phones for, different reasons. So, does anybody have any discussion about that? Any comments?
Well, I had a couple things, and if you'll allow me just to go through them real quickly, then I should be done if I can just dump it all out. Parental support was one of the things that I wanted to bring up, because I think that's one of the number one things that we need in order to actually be successful in this whole process. And I don't know if, Dr. Gordon, you didn't mention if we were going to have a public hearing. I think that had been discussed before, that might be in maybe an email that we had back in July. But I think that we need to have a public hearing, because a lot of it is just for the parents to be heard, so that their anxieties, their concerns, because a lot of it is fear-based, needs to be communicated so that we as a school system can hear what the parents' apprehensions are, so that we can address it, assure them where they need to be assured, and take into consideration things that maybe we haven't taken into consideration. So I would really like to see a public hearing before we roll out in November the plan that is going to come before the board, perhaps in October, some sort of public hearing or something where we can hear from the parents for that. When it comes to parents contacting their kids, that's one of the things that I've heard and read, and I think we've probably all heard and read that. That's probably one of the biggest nuisances with regards to the cell phones in the school system is the parents trying to get a hold of their kids whenever they need to. So I think in this policy, my hope would be that it would be clearly laid out and spelled out in the policy. Ideally, it would be uniform for all schools, but I understand that there may be some differences within the schools that mean policy for the individual schools might be a little bit different, but clearly laid out how the parents are to contact their kids, what the expectations are, if they should need to get a hold of the student, who are they calling, what is the number? I think we can't overemphasize the fact that communication is key in this. Everywhere we look, it should be easily accessible on the school websites, on our SPS website, Peach Jar, any way that we need to communicate. I think we need to over-communicate this to help them assure the parents and to give them the directive that they need, because we're retraining parents really in this as much as we're retraining kids. And if we're going to be successful, that key component of retraining the parents is the most critical part of it, to take it off the table for the teachers and the argument that's going to take place there. But if I can take just a second, when it comes to the policy, there are 5 other things that I think, one of them has been stated, that I would like to see addressed in the policy. One is I would like to see, I think it was either Ms. Byram or Dr. Buck, the consequences. I'd like to see it clearly defined and laid out, the enforcement, how we're going to enforce it in policy. I would also, for my personal opinion, I would like to see it as a bell-to-bell policy. I don't think I would like to see it come out. I think that we can give the kids a gift of rebuilding relationships face-to-face with one another during lunch hours instead of being on the phone. They're with us 7 hours roughly a day. There's another 17 hours they can be on their phone communicating. I think if we can restore back the old days of being able to give kids an opportunity to communicate in person, I think that relationship, enhancing them, and we're talking about addressing it and helping kids to prepare for a future, to be successful in their future, that in-person communication, making eye contact, being able to address your fellow teachers, your teachers, your fellow classmates, and other people within the schools. That is a skill set that we as a school system should be supporting and helping to foster with our students so that they can leave here and graduate and be successful. That is a critical skill set that's not necessarily taught in the classroom with the curriculum, but I think that's something that we can foster by not having those cell phones out at any time during the day. They have plenty of time to deal with that. I think we need to address certainly the storage of the phones, what that is going to look like. I don't know if it's considered how we're going to address the smartwatch or the Apple Watches, how we're going to address that, but that's another thing. Just because the phone's away doesn't mean that the emails and text messages aren't coming in on their watches. And I would also, I don't know how much it's used in the classroom, but I personally would like to see us move away from needing the phones or any apps on the phones in classroom instruction. If they have their Chromebooks, I think that there's probably plenty of opportunity for them to use their Chromebooks for any of the instructional needs that they have. I may be wrong, but I hope that we can eliminate needs for cell phones in any kind of classroom instruction. So those are the letting me do it. Those are some of the desires that I have with regards to how we formulate this policy. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think they're excellent ideas, and if you would take a snapshot of what you have or give me that piece of paper, we will make sure they get into the policy discussion. Thank you.
See?
Yes.
Okay. My other question that I was going to ask is, are we going to put stipulations in that holds everyone accountable? Because oftentimes, as it was stated before, policies are put in place, but they're not implemented. They're not followed up on. And then who holds that person who's supposed to implement it accountable? And how are they held accountable? And if that person who's supposed to hold the teachers accountable is not being held accountable, who holds that person accountable? And ultimately, how does the board, and the reason why I'm asking this is because we can vote and say, hey, do this, and it's not done. Are we asking that, hey, guidelines be done from the day-to-day side to do that? we're not handling that, but you report to us as how this is being implemented. What is it being carried out like we're supposed to? Because I want to make sure I'm staying in our scope as governance. And Attorney Wilder, please correct me if I'm wrong. We can pass a policy and then request on how the policy is being implemented. We just can't tell you how to do it, but how it's being implemented, like ask for a status check. So I want to make sure that when we put this policy through, that we have those follow-ups in place to make sure that it's being enforced. I ain't gonna tell you how to enforce it, but I want to make sure it's being done. Because I believe we have a policy on the book already that limits students from bringing their own devices, if my memory serves me correct. So that device, I think, should also include a cell phone, because we are a one-to-one initiative division. And lesson planning, you shouldn't be using your cell phone when we're paying all this money for apps and technology. So I don't understand what app you can get on that phone that we haven't paid for already or that haven't been requested. But back to my question, Attorney Waller or Chair Jenkins, can we put some teeth in it to make sure that it's being implemented?
Well, even under your current policy, it authorizes the superintendent to develop regulations. So I would think that one of the things you may want to do is you have a blanket policy that's pretty much outlines your parameters in terms of what can and cannot be done. And then from there, allow the superintendent to develop regulations to carry that out. Because there may be a number of components in order to make this thing work. And I think the office of the superintendent may be better equipped to deal with all of those variables that will make your blanket policy effective.
The question that I had was, we put the teeth in as far as making sure it's carrying it out, but I also asked, as a compound to that question, was can we as a board require it to be brought back to the board, the status of how it's being implemented, not telling them how to do it, but just for a report on its implementation?
Well, quite naturally, the board at any point can request reports. And if you wanted to have something in your policy that will indicate that periodically, and you could indicate how often you would like to have reports on how this policy is going forward, you could certainly do that. And, you could get a report on the number of violations that have taken place. You could get a report on whether or not there have been any challenges in terms of its implementation, whether or not there has been any pushback from parents or students as a result of that. So you could have that kind of report coming back to you on a schedule that you would like to see. And you could always make that part of your policy if you chose to do so.
Let me ask a question about that. I thought just now we talked about the difference in whether it's coded as in collecting the data. I'm just looking at implementation and collecting the data. Will we be collecting the data and coding it as a cell phone violation or as insubordination when the teacher says put your phone away? Because I would see that it would cause some changes in how we even collect how the incident occurred. If the incident is a cell phone incident, or is the incident, I told you put your cell phone away and the child refused and then something else ensued because there was a back and forth and it's disrespect. So how do we code those differently than we code other information in order for us to collect the data that we're actually looking for? And then what difference does it make whether it's insubordination because I didn't do what you said when I said put your cell phone away, or whether I didn't do what you said when I said put the book back and hang it up, or whatever. So I'm thinking how we would collect that and how we would follow through. And the other part is, I know that our biggest problem when we originally talked about using the cell phone for instruction was again something that I think you brought up, Board Member Slinglaw. Parents were the biggest violators of this, communicating with their kids when they knew that they were in school. So they were the biggest rule breakers with regard to that. So if I'm on the phone talking to my parent and I'm getting in trouble with the teacher for violating the rule, how do we handle that? And is that causing more of a problem? Am I being disrespectful? And so on and so forth, just causing some chaos. And we get a report every year of discipline violations. Would we want a discipline report every whatever, or the discipline report every year with cell phones separated out? We wouldn't have that put in a policy, because that would be a lot more specific than what would be put in a policy, but we could talk about whatever we need to talk about and how often we needed to do it. It seemed sort of complex to separate the chicken from the egg. Did the insubordination ensue because I said, put your book bag up, or your cell phone up, or your whatever? So anyway.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So to kind of caveat on some of the things that Mr. Riddick was discussing with Mr. Waller, and to incorporate Dr. Brooks-Buck's points, thank you, Dr. Brown, for doing the research. 64 total cell phone violations for the 23-24 school year. So that's minimum. And as we said, that's will primarily be our high schools, because those are the ones that were actually being allowed to use it during the instructional day. As we develop the regulations, I don't have a problem providing the board with a report. I probably wouldn't do it, Mr. Riddick, until the end of that semester, so that we can make sure that we have some data. And one reason I'm suggesting the end of the semester, because our current policy is 64 for a whole year. So I'm thinking that way the board could get a perspective on it. I can always incorporate that into the vision presentation that gives a review of what we did that year, and to let you all know if any adjustments need to be made. And so that's one of the things that we need to think about. Dr. Brooks-Buck is correct when the coding is going to be based on what the teacher writes on the referral. And that's always going to be the main caveat. And we always have to make sure that the coding also matches up with the provided codes that the Department of Education and the Commonwealth of Virginia provide us. So I want to make sure the board is aware of that as well.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So listening to this discussion, particularly with the violation part of it, teasing out that data sounds like it's going to be a little bit of a minute. But my question to the board would be, is it not worth it for us to identify that specifically, even if it's tagged to a secondary disciplinary issue of insubordination? Would it not be important for us to monitor how well are we able to implement this policy, specifically since it's become a state mandate for us? And the research, again, that goes with that for not only the academics but the mental health of these students. Is it not worth the while to not only develop a good policy, but then to follow through with it with fidelity, and then track the data to make sure that what we said we were going to do, we're actually doing? And in the current student handbook, there is something here that says that parents are supposed to fill out a form to request students to be able to use cell phones. I'd like to know, where do those forms go? Do we keep track of those forms? Do we actually know how many families have filled those out? And do those forms correlate to the students that are bringing cell phones to school? That's our current policy. And we're talking about going another level or two up from this to really ensure that we do a job of excellence, making sure that if we're going to have this policy, let's not just write it down and give it lip service. Let's be really serious about crafting something that in the long run benefits these students. And I like what Board Member Slingloff talked about, launching them successfully, because right now they spend so much time on these devices. The question is, are they developing the social skills necessary? Are they able to interact effectively, not only with peers, but with adults? And they're spending 6 or 7 hours with us. I think we should take this mandate seriously and see what we can do to make sure that we are providing them all the instruction time that they can have with the minimal amount of distractions, particularly since we have Chromebooks that are issued to them. So that would be what I would want to see in policy. I would want to see those things, worked out so that we have an effective policy in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for your input in this. And I just want to close it out by saying we need to make sure that we're going to hold our parents accountable too in all of this. They have to, as Board Member Riddick says, they have to have some teeth in the game as well. So we have to make sure, because we're trying to do what's best for their children, to make sure that they have a great learning experience. So they have to be held accountable, make sure they know what the policy is back and forth, so they can't say they don't know. And to make sure if we need signatures for everything, if they want their child to follow the policy or do whatever, we need their signature as well, not their child's signature, but their signature. So we're going to move on to our CIP discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to the process that we did last year, we want to be able to allow the board to use some time here in this work session to determine the order for the CIP moving forward, that ideally we would like to submit to the city tomorrow or by early next week at the latest. Whatever the board decides to submit in the order to the CIP will definitely be an agenda item for the joint meeting on September 2024. I want to follow up on something that Mr. Riddick had brought up last meeting about how the order had looked different, and he was correct. What had happened was the money was correct for the order, but the names didn't transfer in the document that was uploaded. However, the order that the board voted on last year in September was correct, that was sent to the city. So on your sheets that you have in front of you, you should have one that is titled Approved CIP from September 2023 with JFK, Northern Shores, CCAP, Elephants Fork, Kilby Shores, Forest Glen, Nansemond Parkway, Nansemond River Addition, John Yates, and then the Operations Facility Phase 2. That was what was approved last year. Thank you to Ms. Gardner, Ms. Forsman, as we all sat and rewatched the meeting, Mr. Riddick, because of the concern that you had brought up. Then you also have two other sheets. One of them says the blank working copy. As the board knows, one of the adjustments that I had asked for the board to consider as we're leading up to this discussion was due to Mr. Napier's team and the facilities and maintenance now being housed at Bright Lane. The need, in our opinion, for the Operations Center Phase 2 no longer exists. And we have had discussions that actually kind of started last year where Mr. Riddick and I had done an agenda review for the joint meeting, and then we had discussions about this during the joint meeting last year to use the allocated money that the city currently has in their 10-year CIP to, instead of building Phase 2 for the Operations Center, to use that as a potential SAO option since we already own the site. So as you see, you'll see a CIP with a SAO option kind of replacing that for number 10 at the bottom on the title that says CIP with SAO option. So at this time, we would like to be able to open this up to the board for discussion, as I'm sure the board members that have been on this board during the entire time of my tenure will probably agree with me with this next statement. The little amount of change that we can make works to the benefit of the school division when it comes to the order. And the one caveat that we want to make sure our entire school community and our board, of course, already understands is the school division can put requests in for buildings to be rebuilt or for things to occur during the CIP during specific fiscal years. However, the city, who serves as our fiscal agent, always has the authority to adjust that based on their current debt limit and other projects they may have going on throughout the city. And we've had several discussions during joint meetings as well as during past school board meetings on how we have felt that more money needs to be placed into the school division's capital improvement plan because the costs are always going up. Mr. Napier has done research working with RRMM and some other construction companies besides that one architectural firm, where in most cases there's escalation amounts that you can see on the blank working copy. The blank working copy shows escalation amounts of 12% for Elephants Fork, 16% for Kilby Shores, 12% for Forest Glen, 21% for Nansemond Parkway, 21% for the Nansemond River High School addition, 16% for John Yates Middle School. So those are the things that I am going to ask the board to make sure that they can help us reinforce when we do have that joint meeting. Yesterday's price is not today's price. And each year that we delay any projects, we know that that cost is going to increase dramatically. Last reminder, Madam Chair, before I turn it back over to you for board discussion, I also want to remind our school community that the CIP, even though it was laid out for 10 years, is really only a one-year working document. So unless we already have projects that are underway, such as John F. Kennedy Middle School, which is at about 35% completion, thank you for the information, Mr. Napier, and the design work that is already underway for Northern Shores, all other projects are still up in the air for when they will begin. And that will also need to be a major discussion point for the board and for City Council when we have the joint meeting. So, Madam Chair, Ms. Gardner has made the request that at the conclusion of this discussion, when the board fills out the blue form, the form that says CIP 2026-2035, blank working copy, to submit your forms, please put your name on them to Ms. Gardner. Ms. Gardner will then tally your orders just like we did last year so that that will be verbally discussed when we get to the regular meeting, so that this will serve as an action item to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Then the board will vote on the agreed upon order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank Ms. Gardner for adhering to my request that I am visually impaired and I wanted a bigger copy. So I hope all of you all are excited about the bigger copy that we have so we can actually read what's up here. So thank you so much. So we're just going to have a discussion of how you feel about what we have. I know Dr. Gordon just said to have it like it is would probably be the best instead of doing a lot of changes to it. I've gotten a lot of calls from different principals and teachers about their opinions, but we have to make our decisions on what's best and what can possibly be done. So, Board Member Slingloff, if you have any questions.
Two questions. The first one is regarding Kilby Shores and Forest Glen. Are we still considering the idea of tying those two together? Because I noticed on the spreadsheet they're not on the same path, and I thought they were tagged together.
So that is something, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Linglev, that is our goal, and that will be something that, the city will end up determining. We believe, based on some discussions that Ms. Forsman and Mr. Napier have had, that putting both of those schools together on a one campus site could potentially save everyone $10 million at least. So that is something that we would definitely like to do. I don't believe we'll be able to build them both at the exact same time because of the space, but it will be able to save money for parking lot, bus ramps, other shared services that both schools will be able to use. So please bring that up when we have our joint meeting on the 24th.
My second question, maybe moot point. When you just mentioned trying to keep it as close to the same, you're referring to what our last CIP was that we agreed upon as a board, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because what we received last month, I noticed there were some other changes with the order of it. So we're looking at, right, because I noticed that the SAO, I guess this is what I'm asking. The documents we received last month had the SAO bumped up quite significantly because when we last voted on it, the SAO office was down at the bottom of the barrel. So I know that on what we received last month, it was moved up, I think, to 4A. And I'm curious what the necessity was for that was driving that. I understand we have a lease and we're considering what we're doing with that building. But if you could just expound upon that a little bit more to me. I mean, our schools, the condition of our schools and our students, to me, trump a lot of the other things. So if you can give me some idea what necessitated that in the documents we received last month, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so it's two parts to that, Ms. Linglove. The first part is what I explained at the very beginning. When Ms. Forsman had sent the documents in, she had the money lines correct for what the board stated, but the actual names of the facilities were incorrect. So the SAO was not supposed to be on that line. That was the question that Mr. Riddick had asked us at the end of the board meeting last month. The second part, we agree with you that schools trump any other of our buildings and facilities that we've had. That's part of the reason why the board agreed to give up $6.5 million for the renovation of the Human Resources Building to add that to the John F. Kennedy project. One of the things that we want to make sure is clear when it comes to JFK, for all the board members that were there when we were having that discussion, the city actually gave us $53 million for John F. Kennedy Middle School. The school division, the board voted to transfer $6.5 million from the Human Resources Building to that project. We decided to stay in the current professional building. Right now, I believe the lease expires in 2027, December of 2027. The school division was successful in obtaining a grant for $15.6 million for John F. Kennedy. So when you really think about it, the school division came up with $22.1 million for the John F. Kennedy project. Part of the reason why we are asking for the board to consider having the SAO as a part of this and taking off Operations Center Phase 2 alludes to what your last statement there. Our lease is up in 2027, I believe. Is that correct, Ms. Forsman? It's 4 years from now. Okay, 2028. Thank you for that. And the city's paying approximately $500,000 for that lease. And we had the city manager, members of the team, walk through the school administration office to see 3 and 4 people per office. And then unfortunately, because the building is old, anytime we have HVAC issues in that building, Mr. Napier works with the landlord to try to get repairs done. I think Mr. Riddick brought this up previously, where the problem that we're having is because the building's so old, there aren't any parts for those repairs. So literally outside of my office, you can hear the HVAC technician go up the ladder, pull the fan off, stand on the floor outside my desk and bang on it with a hammer to try to fix it. And that doesn't even include when we have heavy rains, that if you stand in the conference room, you can actually hear the rain running down the wall. And so one of the things we looked at, because we knew we had to be in that building for, as Ms. Forsman said, 4 more years, the city increased the lease so that we could obtain the front part of the building to hopefully help to alleviate some of the space concerns that we were having, specifically for Dr. Branch's team in the teaching and learning department. When we did estimates to have renovation and work done to potentially move either the human resources department or our community engagement team into the front of the building, the renovations were going to cost us 7 figures plus. So we figured it wasn't worth doing that for something that we were going to be in for 4 more years, and the owner refused to do that. So that's the main reasons why we're asking for the money that currently the city has in the CIP for the SAO, for Operations Center Phase 2 to be used for a new school administration office. And of course, the board can determine where they want to have it placed with that understanding that the lease is up in December of 2028.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
So speaking to the point you just made that the lease is up in 2028, if we keep this document as is, as we voted on last year, they're not even beginning work on SAO until 2032, 33. So then we would renew it a second time and still run out of time. So I'm just curious. I know you've met with Mr. Moore a lot this summer, and you and I have talked about this and talked about driver and the status there. Is there like an unofficial agreement from the city to help us move forward getting SAO replaced? Are they waiting to get this from us? Because, you know, with the lease running out, I mean, even if we started it next year, would we finish in time?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Howe, because those are very, very valid points. And I think the concern that we've had, and I know that Ms. Byram and Dr. Brooks Buck have brought this up several times, the city has proven that they can build multiple schools or do multiple projects at the same time. However, on the current CIPs that we have, there's very little overlap. And so when I made the statement that I'm recommending the board keep this as pretty much as close as possible, I was including the school administration office into that statement basically for the same reasons that Ms. Slingloff had mentioned, that our students need to be first. However, there does need to be a time where we may have one other project going on with the rebuilding of our schools, that the school administration office should be occurring at the same time. The general timeline that Mr. Napier has kind of received, if phase 2 were to occur with the SAO, will be about 2 years. We're looking at 24 to 28 months for that. And part of the conversations that I've had with the city manager is that is part of the reason why he kind of wants that to be discussed and to be put on the table for discussion so that the decision can be made, since we're moving into next year's CIP. And we're discussing that with you all now because, you know, we have a sketch, but some design work still needs to occur, and design work is usually 6 to 9 months. So I would ask the board, whatever order the board does decide, similar to kind of some of the things that you all have done in the past, we can have 4A and 4B for things to start in the same year, or 5A and 5B for things to start in the same year, because I believe the last time we had that, I believe it was Colonel Fred Cherry and Florence Bowser
Right.
were overlapped and built at the same time. So that would be something that we would hopefully get support from the city to be able to do.
So just for clarity, for example, JFK is already in process. Northern Shores technically is in the design phase, right? So we call that in process. Looking at the amount for CCAP and the amount for SAO, would it be a reasonable request to combine those two in the same year? Like, I don't know what their threshold is for what they call a reasonable ask.
You're kind of reading our mind there, Ms. Howe. That's an excellent point. Mr. Skinner's given some feedback where we're still looking for, and Ms. Forsman looking for some opportunities to potentially supplement some of the work to be done at CCAP. And so we do believe, or we would ideally love for the fact for any renovations to CCAP and the school administration office to be done the same year. Ms. Forsman, I believe that the city increased their debt thresholds at $35 million now, so they went up a total of $5 million. Right, and that's total for every project happening in the city.
Including the portal, sorry, Madam Chair.
Ms. Byram?
Yes, piggybacking on what Dr. Gordon said about the city's capacity to build schools, you know, in the past, we, for a time there, we built 3 schools very quickly, like Dr. Buck and I have mentioned very often. I do hope we will keep in mind, with the way our world is, I want to see all the projects that include any mobile units to be addressed immediately. The city needs to understand that this is a safety issue. I believe the city at this time has collected about $25 million in fees from tickets, et cetera, for safety. It says it's going to be used for safety. So to me, to give back to the public what they do deserve from this, some of that $25 million should, in their infinite wisdom, be used to address these mobile units and move these projects forward quickly. They're the ones that we need to look at. The SAO has been a contention ever since I've been on the board. is hopped around from one, we're going to put it here, we're going to put it there, I think SAO offices, have they been there for 20 years now? Where they are, she's shaking her head, I remember when they moved. 20 years. 22, okay. Over 20 years. And this has been a, little topic that's just gone on and on and on. Different city council members, some are still there, that were serving during that time, and it's never been resolved. But safety to me is the utmost. SAO has got to be addressed. Like Ms. Howell said, A and B on that section would be a way of settling that problem. And SAO is an ongoing disaster. We talk about safety for our workers. Mold, mildew, I'm just, throwing it out there. To me, that is a hazard right there, that has not been addressed and should be addressed in this city. But that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. Yes.
I foresaw this 2 years ago, and I presented an opportunity to Dr. Gordon to go and look at a building. Being from Suffolk, you understand how Suffolk operating. Being involved in this stuff since I was 11, I know how the city operates. We have to be willing to come outside of the box and stop waiting for everyone to come and handle our stuff. What I mean by that, there was a piece of property that now has, I believe, doubled in value. And I have no connections to it. I don't even, the guy's no kin to me, or I just met him. It was a nice, sizable building that was for sale. That was not even, less than 2 years of the rent of the SAO. That could have alleviated some of the concerns. And I suggested that as a board member, but I'm gonna let that go. We can't wait for the city to fix it. I'm gonna take a hard stance today on putting any project before a new Elephant's Fork is a no for me. Because my borough has waited long enough. Long before there was overcrowding at Northern Shores, Elephant's Fork was in mobile units since I was there as a student in 1995. And they're still there in mobile units. If we are concerned about safety, I understand and agree the city should help with safety, but also the board, we need to do what we need to do. We were willing to rezone to comply with federal regulations. This board had a study done to get rid of mobile units, and we did nothing with it. I understand parents was upset about it. But if we're talking about holding parents accountable, then we need to do a district rezoning, well, at least have a study to see if that's even possible now to do a district rezoning to get rid of the mobile units. Because let's be honest, if this been the game we've been playing for the last 20 years and we haven't gotten minimum result, sometimes we just got to invest in our own stuff ourselves. If we can be creative to finding money to do Northern Shores, then let's be creative and do what we got to do. And if that means a citywide rezoning, citywide rezone. Our kids are out the mobile units. I mean, I understand that SAO is in mold and mildew and whatever, but there are schools that are battling with mold and other things of that sort. I received some pictures unsolicited from me regarding that stuff. So, no, I will not support any project going before Elephant's Fork Elementary School. Driver, we had an opportunity to get rid of drivers, and it can't be a tit for tat. We got to be willing to come to the table and move forward. It's not a blame game. And the reality is we can't hold the city accountable for stuff we have not asked for. They fully funded our budget over the last couple of years of what we asked. So let's be realistic. Finish JFK. Let's have a study or a conversation with the community before we take central office from downtown, because the city tried that with the health department and it was not accessible, it didn't work. And they was trying to go near the same direction we're trying to go with the administrative building, just a couple of steps down the road. So let us go back to engaging our community before we throw money off the bed, and let's stop spending money on designs and stuff before the board make a decision as to what we want to do. Because if we're pinching pennies, then let's pinch them all the way. But I will not support anything going in front of Elephants Fork Elementary School. And I'm done, Madam Chair. I have no other comments.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I've been on the board for 12 years. When Northern Shores opened in 1995, am I correct there? 1995 or 94? 95. Northern Shores was overcrowded when it opened, when it was built. And just to clear the air, Northern Shores students who live across the street on the other side of College Drive are bused to Creekside because Northern Shores was too small for the population when the school was built. I know there are stories in Suffolk, but the truth is, I spoke with Dr. Whitney as to why some students went to Northern Shores and some students didn't. The truth is that there were too many students there, so we have students from over in Harborview who came because there were fewer children there and more children in the other area, in College Square, College Park, Huntersville area, than we had in Harborview when we opened. So it's been open. There have been trailers behind Northern Shores for years. I fought, even though I live in Northern Suffolk, I fought since I've been on this board for John F. Kennedy, even though some people may have some memory loss. I've been doing that for 12 years now. We need schools everywhere. There is no place for us to go except in James River, Chesapeake, or Portsmouth, because there's no place for us to go in the areas that we live in. There are no other schools over there, so unless you move students past other schools, there's no rezoning to rezone our area because of where we are. It's just where we're situated. The truth is, we need schools everywhere. And we do have a city that has been very slow, not in growth, because we're the fastest growing area in this region. But when it comes to services like schools, we've been moving slow. When we opened Southwestern, it took 22 years to get that school, 22 years. I fought for Fred Cherry because John Yates was 150% overcrowded, 800 capacity, 1,204 students when my child was in 6th grade, okay? So there is no slight between schools, and I will not have that. I won't sit and listen to that. We need schools everywhere. And as far as any of those schools, when I came on this board, well, 3 years after I came on this board, we had 13 schools with trailers. We've been moving forward with that. We did what we did for desegregation because the court required it. That's what's required to open a school. I think we had a discussion about that, and Mr. Waller explained that if you want to open the school, you have to comply with the law. That's just what you have to do. It's not because of anybody's opinion, you comply with the law. The reality is, I wish we could do what we had to do, and I wish Suffolk had made building schools a priority a long time ago. But the bottom line is, we need to move forward. Now, I agree that the school board needs to be downtown like all the other schools because of access. I don't think we need to be out where I thought, first of all, out by our new industrial place, our new place out across from CCAP. Where is there for people to eat? Our staff. Where are they supposed to go? There's a truck stop out there. Unless you're going to extend lunchtime to an hour, they're going to spend most of their time in the car trying to get lunch and get back to school. Our schools are not near there, except for CCAP. So there are a lot of things. There's no transportation if parents have to do school board business. How are they supposed to get out there to do school board if that's where the office is and not downtown? I understood that for 14 years, for 12 years before I even got on the school board, we were supposed to have that human resources building. And that has been on the plate for years and years and years and has never occurred. I said that if we're looking at something, we've got a building. If you don't care about the foot traffic downtown, which is what I was told about our school board building, then let's fix a driver and have it there, okay? If we're serious. Then if we don't care about foot traffic downtown, then we've got a building. Let's fix it up and have the offices there. I mean, there were so many things that people have come up with over the years, but the reality is we're where we are right now, and each of us has a right to set our priorities. I'm with everybody else. I think schools where children are a priority, and if we're serious about safety, we want to get each and every one of them out of trailers and into buildings. And there are some schools in my area who would like to be much more comfortable inside. But the priority is for children, especially little ones, to be inside because I want them to be safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you have something to say?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I've only been in this discussion for 2 years, but I look at the documents in front of me and I look at the age of some of these buildings and I think how in the world did we get to a place where we built 2 middle schools in 1965 that have never been renovated or updated. I look at 3 schools that were built in 1979 and I think the same thing. How is that possible? How is it possible that with a working budget of $230 million that we can't seem to figure out the priority? And right now, I'm looking at these buildings and these students and these educators. We want to be a premier school division. Well, we need to take care of these buildings. We need to put these buildings in a place where they facilitate learning, where there is learning space that is not only comfortable, but safe and secure. I agree with Board Member Riddick. Elephant's Fork needs some serious attention, but so do Forest Glen, so do Don Yates, Kilby Shores, Nansen Parkway. I'm in support, and have been for the past year, of building another Kilby Shores on the same campus as Forest Glen. I think that's a good use of that property. I do. I would love to see something similar happen with another property. Is it possible that we have enough property at John Yates that we could do that with John Yates and Nansen Parkway? I'm thinking smarter, not harder. We only have what we have. We certainly can put in for grants. We can look to the state and the federal government to see what the possibilities are for infusing money into our region to help us with these building projects. But I think that if we manage the resources we have right now, we could probably launch one of these building projects ASAP. But we have to look at the resources that we already have in our hands and decide what is important here. How do we need to spend the resources that are allocated to us? I personally think we need to put building projects together and get these things launched as soon as possible. We need to be fiscally responsible in doing that, and we can because we have the resources. We have the resources in hand. Do we have all the resources we need? No. But if we're smart about this, if we look at what are our options out there, where can we have partnerships that would infuse money into this process to make these projects happen. Outside of the box. Inside the box. I think that we need to consider as many options as possible, but certainly looking at what we already have, not only in fiscal capital, but real estate capital, partnerships that would come alongside and help these things happen. We can do this, but we as a board have to make that decision. We have to say, enough is enough. We're going to get this stuff built. Let's put our nose to the grindstone and make this happen.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so I have to take some time to make sure that everyone is aware of how this actually works. The operating budget is the operating budget. The capital improvement budget is a totally different set of money. And that money is 100% allocated from the city. You heard me hit confirm with Ms. Forsman earlier about the city increasing their debt threshold to $35 million. Finally, after lots of push from us. I want to ask the board to take a look at the total amounts for each year at the bottom for our projects based on last year's CIP that the board had put in place in September of 2023. And you can see those amounts at 14 million, I'm sorry, for fiscal year that's coming up. Look at 2027, 2028, 33 million. So we're basically taking about 97% if the city did everything that they were going to ask, that we asked them to do of their $35 million debt threshold, because we have heard so many times the importance of the city maintaining their AAA bond rating, that the school division cannot supplement amounts such as 54 million in 29, 30, 28, 29, 30, 31. Look at 31, 32, $100 million. We can't supplement that. Now, what we did do, as I mentioned earlier, is when we got the grant for JFK, because of the way that we worked extremely hard, especially Ms. Forsman, our brilliant CFO, for us to do that. Once you get that grant, because we've applied for several others since then, but the Commonwealth of Virginia likes to spread that grant money around. So once we get that grant, it's like we get back in line, even though we wrote things for being lead and trying to save money. I agree with you, Dr. Brittingham, when you say that we're thinking outside the box. I want to take a look and point to the board where it says major systems repair, replacement hazardous materials. We see how in 25, 26, and 26, 27, where it says TRF. And then you see at the bottom to Northern Shores Edition. Because of the reasoning that Dr. Brooks Buck gave and how long it took to get Northern Shores on the docket, and because we had additional grant money that was coming in, this is why the board voted to use our major systems repair money, $3.575 million, over 5 years to fund Northern Shores. That was the only way to get it done because the city was not going to allocate any additional funds. So what we did is we were very crafty in moving things that were allowed for CARES Act, ESSER 3, et cetera, onto the CARES Act fund and off of the operating fund so that we could then use our year-end money for those replacements and repairs. This is part of the process that we've done when we've had to go back to the city and show them at the end of the fiscal year that this money has been encumbered. And if you look at it, it was everything that we normally would have paid for out of major systems, repairs, replacements. We're talking about roof replacement. We're talking about HVAC replacement. We're talking about using money to purchase buses because we moved some things off of operating. I mean, we had to be very creative. Playground replacement. Those were the things that we did at our elementary schools, and we always provide the board with a list letting you know this is why this money has been encumbered. So I agree with you, Dr. Brittingham, where you're saying that we can get this done, but the only way to get this done is to convince the city to go into their cash fund, convince the city to go into their quote-unquote rainy day fund, convince the city to continue to increase the debt threshold, because they still can go up 8 figures more and still maintain their AAA bond rating. Those are the things that will need to occur, because we have no say in our capital improvement money. The only thing that we can do is continue to apply for grants, and that's something that every board member here has supported us doing, and we've been extremely successful in doing that. We got another one that Dr. Branch just obtained that we'll talk about later in a future board meeting. But when it comes to these projects, you know, I just want to make sure the board understands, and our school community understands. If there ever came to a point that we had to replace a high school, for example, right? To replace a high school, 2,000 students, because that's what we would need if we ever rebuilt Nansemond River, right? George Wythe High School in the city of Richmond, now called the High School for the Arts, 2,000 students, being designed by RRMM, $180 million. I mean, that's just, you know, kind of like where we are. So we have to all, I'm asking for the board, because Dr. Brooks Buck is right. We thought we had the HR building. Mr. Riddick is right when we've talked about finding ways, because the order is the way it is outside of CCAP. The board made it very clear this is the reason why Elephants Fork and Kilby Shores had moved up, and why Northern Shores was being done, because we wanted to get rid of the mobile units. We're all on the same page with that. But the concept of saying that the school division has the funds to take care of these projects, man, I wish. So that's something that I'm hoping and asking for the board to definitely be on the same page with when it comes to our joint meeting, and asking the board to request that city council and the city staff tap into their other funding sources to get these projects done, because we have, that's the reason why we're still in that professional building, right? That's the reason how we got that grant, when we were working so hard, where the school division came up with grant money and pushed the project back to make sure that John F. Kennedy Middle School can occur. So I just want everybody just to, you know, just remember, operating funds are totally different than CIP funds.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. My whole point is I want us to come out of the box and stay out as it in regards to how we attack the elephant that is set before us. We're dealing with the byproduct of the merger from 1974. These are Nansemond County schools that were built in the same year. And when they merged, the promise was not kept, but it is what it is. My recommendation, and I mean, well, this is not even a recommendation, it's just food for thought, just to get you to think what I'm thinking, okay? So I'm not trying to force Dr. Gordon or any board member to do what Tyron Riddick wants, but it's just as my way of how do we solve what we have. I would love to see us at least look at the option of what we could do to rezone to get rid of mobile units for the time being. I believe that's something that we possibly could look at. Hey, if it's possible, where's the capacity? How would it look like? What would be the cost analysis as far as transportation? So we have fruitful information. I want us to exhaust everything on our end as possible. I can't keep, playing tag city. No, I've been elected to do a job. And when the city don't do what they're supposed to do, that does not negate my responsibility. I ain't speaking for nobody else, speaking for me. Does not negate my responsibility. So that's why I would love to see that information. So if it's not feasible, then we can say we looked into it, it's not feasible, and here's why. But not because we think it's not feasible. There was a study done. There was a recommendation done. Our capacity has not grown that much since that study was done. What we had was some parents who didn't want their kids to cross the tracks. my brothers and sisters were texting me because they were watching the meeting, and Elephant Park had mobile units in the 80s when my sister was there. That's to go. So one way I'm thinking about how we could possibly tackle it is explore the option of K-8 schools. I'm sure that we can come up with a creative way. It's being done in neighboring divisions where that way we can tear down Forest Glen, possibly shift some of those kids, 6, 7, Kennedy. Do what we got to do to make it happen. But then you can build a school and open at the same time that replace 2 and take the school that you have left, turn it to a primary. That way you pull your pre-K out of your buildings. That's why I was hesitant to turn over the Freeney Avenue building. Because we could have torn down the building and then built a primary school to provide capacity at Booker T, Elephants Fork, Mac Bend, because you're pulling your pre-K or whatever, or Hill Point out of that school, and that way you can house more students. I'm just trying to think of creative ways. I don't have the solution, but I am open for a discussion. I don't care if your answers is not what I may want to see, but we just have to have a discussion on possible ways to solve it, other than the broken record of just city, city, city. I also implore the board that we put a love and grace on our dealings with the city. We can't attack and then ask them to scratch our backs. Last year, there was a resolution passed that, some may have been in opposition of it, but it stated that if the governor money came in and we would reimburse the city. And when that resolution was passed, Dr. Gordon, I believe you remember what I was saying, we was asking for the additional money because the issue with the governor's budget had us in a shortfall for a little bit. In the city, we asked for additional money. And I asked the board if we could pass a resolution that if additional funds come available, we'll remit those money back. Well, those additional funds didn't come available. We already had the money from the city. We was able to move forward. But it was a show of good faith. And it's not new that the relationship between the school board and council is almost non-existent. It's very tense. But we need to really, one, like I've been suggesting for the last 2 years, have our city manager and our superintendent and whomever determines capacity to go in one room or whatever, how they want to do it, and not come out until they come up with the same formula for capacity, because we're not speaking the same language. And that's why development is still happening. So it's a bigger fight than just we need more money. We need to put some real, not real because I don't want to make light of what we've done already, but we need to increase our efforts and how we're handling this and be willing to think on things that we practically wouldn't be in favor of. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to say, I know, Ms., you're going to speak, but while we're listening, can we go ahead and start putting our order in, how we want this, please? Okay.
I have a couple of questions before I can do that. And I'm not opposed to a citywide, or researching a citywide rezoning. My fear is we're going to find similar to what we found when Dr. Gordon's team did what they did to try to comply with the federal order. We're concentrated so heavily downtown that there's not an easy solution to that, especially with new residences going up off of White Marsh Road in the near future. That's just going to compound what we're dealing with. But I'm not opposed to researching it. I'm not opposed to that at all. I have a couple of questions. Is there even a site on the radar for us for Elephants Fork to be relocated or built somewhere else? And then I have one more question.
Yes, the city has identified a site for land acquisition. They will not move forward with that until, probably until after they receive this year's CIP, and that there's some additional conversations that can occur at the joint meeting.
Okay. And then I'm going to make a comment, and then I'll ask my last question. in regard to what Ms. Byram said about some of the money from the traffic tickets that they're getting in our school zones coming to us, I think that's a reasonable request and discussion. This might be unreasonable, but maybe moving forward, they'd consider every time they sell a plot of land in the city to develop a neighborhood or a warehouse facility, percentage of that sale comes to the school system because it's going to bring children. Just thoughts, and I can say that with grace and respect and humility in a couple weeks. Forest Glen, I know this isn't a popular idea, but if we're getting outside of the box here, and the Forest Glen community, much like the alumni of JFK had their very strong opinions about how it needed to unfold, from what I've gathered from the Forest Glen community, they're open to, and some even prefer, a renovation versus a leveling and new building. And that's something to consider as well, to be paired with Kilby and bringing down that cost, using the same land, reno on one building, new build for the other. That's another thing we may have to consider outside the box that, hasn't been popular to renovate versus new builds. But if we're meeting in the middle here, that's a discussion point.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mrs. Howell actually took it right off my tongue because there were two things that I wanted to state. One, I still feel incredibly strong on the fact that we need to keep Elephant's Fork right up there as one of the very next projects that we do. But then when we're coupling Kilby Shores and Forest Glen, I was going to make the same comment regarding the renovating. I believe I mentioned something to Dr. Gordon after we were there last year. We walked through it for the Take Your Legislator to School Day, walked through the building. I looked at the building. I know it needs HVAC in some of the hallways, and there's probably a lot of other things. But what I would like to see, because our mindset is to do new construction, I would like to see a comparison of what it would cost for the renovation versus the new construction, because if there's enough of a difference in there, right there is the difference for your SAO office. But nothing that has been presented that I am aware of at this point has shown renovations what those costs would be. And it may be that the renovation cost is equal to the new build, but I'd like to see that cost comparison to be able to look to see if there is an option. I know Kilby Shores and Elephant's Fork, we've got to relocate, so that's not on the table. But when you get to John Yates and perhaps some of the other Forest Glen, and we get perhaps some of the other schools, I think that's something I would like to see as something that the board's presented with, not just the cost for new build, but cost for potentially renovating, so we can compare apples to apples to see what we're looking at. And perhaps we can pinch some pennies and save some on that part and tack on other projects like the SAO office, squeak it in there simultaneously.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to piggyback on a comment that she made about Kilby Shores and Elephant's Fork. And potentially, although those buildings are at capacity and we need a larger facility for elementary school students, I believe that those facilities renovated could help with the growth of our early ed population. These two facilities would be a prime place, particularly since we have piloted that program at Booker T. It would be nice for us to utilize both, if not one of those facilities, to start the growth of our K3, K4 programs, and then not having to acquire new buildings for those particular age groups. So I think that there is a place where we can take existing buildings that our elementary school students have outgrown. We can combine them like on the campus with Forest Glen, and then we can repurpose those buildings to meet the growing need that we have for preschool age students, and save some costs, like Board Member Slingoff was discussing about renovating buildings. I'd like to see what would be the cost for us to renovate these elementary schools that are older. They're good structures, but they definitely need some TLC. They would be good spaces for young learners. It would give us the ability to grow those preschool programs, because God only knows, we need more preschool that is affordable here in Suffolk. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Just the last point, since the discussion on renovation has come up, I do want to remind the board to take a look at the joint meeting that took place in 2021. The discussion on renovation of schools was a lengthy topic, and we actually had RRMM and Cooperative Strategies were here. The main variable that the board and school community must keep in mind when it comes to renovating a building is the age of the original facility. So when you are renovating a school such as Forest Glen that was built in 1965, not only is it HVAC, it is all of the systems. It is all of the systems. And I know it's hard because, anytime that we're talking about tearing down the school, of course, there's going to be some emotional and connections to it. But if we are truly being honest about being good stewards of money, when we put that study together, joint project with the city, the experts made it clear that renovating schools is not cost efficient. Because what will happen is, if you build a new school and do everything properly, you get 50 years out of it on average, right? And Dr. Brittingham is right when she's taking a look at the age of all of these schools that we have on here. So you can see we're past due on several of them. If you renovate a school, this means that you will have aspects of the school that will be 60 years old and other aspects of the school that will be 1. And you will always have issues such as the way the roof is done, other systems that are going to occur. Plus, when you take a look at older schools, they have a lot of nooks and crannies that aren't always the best for safety and security. So before we spend the money to ask to do another cost comparison, I would ask for any board member that has that question about the renovation of schools to go back and take a look at the joint meeting, or you can just review our facility study from 2021. They were extremely clear that that would cost actually more money, and that was at 2021 dollars at that time, to be able to renovate any building that we have. And we also have to understand that any schools that you've seen that's been renovated, it's usually certain aspects: front entrance, main office, gymnasium, cafeteria. It is not renovating a building, because renovating a building is, you actually get more bang for your buck if you rebuild the entire building. So if we use JFK for an example, that costs us about $75 million, it's probably about $80 million now. If you look at today's dollars for any type of new construction project, I can almost guarantee that the renovation is going to be at that same level. And then we still have to worry about the age of the 60-year-old parts of the building. So we can move forward with that, but I would only ask for the board to review that presentation from the facility study that took place in 2021 before we spend money in doing so.
May I make a comment? I'd
Yes.
ask that, ditto on what Dr. Gordon just said, that we be given that information again for those that were not here when that was given, so that everyone can review that in detail, because it needs to be reviewed. And spending thousands of dollars on that only told us what we already knew. If we do another survey of our schools, it's going to tell us what we already know. And you're wasting money that could be applied to these projects. So please look at that very closely, because that reveals, as Dr. Gordon said, a lot of valuable information. Yeah.
Okay. You have something?
Madam Chair, I just, in one of my recent community meetings I had, the thought of revitalization did come up, because that's what happened with Booker T. Booker T was lifted up, and the only thing you had left was the roof. They just put a new roof on the building, and they had to go through and redo everything. But Booker T, from my understanding and the reports I've seen, is structurally doing well. I'm open to, like Ms. Byram said, reviewing the information so we can come in and have informed, concrete responses. And that's what if you listen carefully to what I'm asking, that's what I'm asking for. So when we go back to our constituents, we can say we looked at all the options, and here is why our efforts are going in this direction. I do want to ask, have we explored the opportunity of the VDOT building? I don't know if it's sold or not, but the possibility of acquiring the VDOT building on North Main Street is still centrally located. It's off the bus line. You have enough room in the back. I'm just throwing out ideas, okay? I'm not trying to tell nobody how to do day-to-day stuff, but I'm just being clear. You have a workshop in the back of the land where you can literally move your whole transportation depot there. And it's centrally located. And then you can have your White Fleet fueling station in a part that's 58 bypass, get on, get off. I would support something like that, but I'm open, but I just want to throw this out here. I want us to work together. I think Dr. Gordon is doing a tremendous job in trying to figure out how we're going to get it done. But as board members, I'm glad that we're having this conversation tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just want to answer it.
You're going to answer this question.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Ray, we did take a look at that. I think it was $14 million for purchase price, because I think that came up. I know it was in the 8-figure range, and that was before we did, because, yeah, Ms. Jenkins was the one to ask. That was before we actually would have to do any work to it. So if the city's, willing to help us do that, hey, all we want is out of the professional building. It doesn't really matter to us where we go. We just want out.
I just have a follow-up. This board seems to be politically connected. Can we reach out to the state and see if we can get on a payment plan of some sort? I'm just being honest. I mean, we're paying $500,000 a year at a dilapidated
City is-
19. Yeah, but they still credit that to us as something that they give us. But our thing is, if it's being paid that way, hey, let's take a look. That way, the city can take the access to the water down at the back for their boat ramp, and folk can get on the boats. I mean, it's a lot of benefits to the property. So, I mean, I would rather that be a joint use that we can dive on immediately, get our staff out of that building, and the payments is going to something that we are benefiting. Because I hear what the city is saying about CIP, and I understand, you don't want to keep getting in debt just to build schools, and you're known for the city that just builds schools and the other infrastructural needs of the city. I understand that. But here is one infrastructural need where we can hit two birds with one stone. They can have the recreational waterfront part, and we can have a nice building downtown. I think that's something worthwhile, Madam Chair, to put on the joint use meeting agenda to talk about if we can get on a payment plan with that building.
Or layaway, something.
I just wanted to say, if you've been in Oakland Elementary, when we look at, the first time I went to Oakland, I saw the false front, the new building. I shouldn't say false front, but the new part of the building. I thought I was walking into somewhere else. And as I walked around with the principal, when I first got on the board, I walked around with the principal, and I walked in the older part of the school, I realized that what I saw in the front when I drove up wasn't what it looked like on the inside. And the older part of the building, with its access, when we were talking about renovating buildings, the front of the building looks like it's a different kind of school from when you walk around to the rest of the building. It doesn't. And so, Dr. Gordon, when you were talking about different corners and different places for security reasons and what kinds of things hold up and what kinds of things have issues, it was interesting to me to see that, and that's what came to my mind. We talked about, just to speak to a point Mr. Riddick made, we talked about the VDOT building, the new VDOT building that's over by me, stayed vacant for years, and I recommended that for years, and the reason that it wasn't taken, I was told, was because we wanted foot traffic downtown. That's what I was told, because it was empty, and there was no Fred Cherry, there was nothing down there, it was just empty. And so I recommended that was something that we looked into. So this has been an ongoing problem. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take my piece of the, you want me to take it?
Okay, are we ready for our next part? Thank you so much, by the way. This is great conversation. School board engagement discussion. Attorney Waller, is that you?
I can handle it.
No,
Please,
that's the board.
Yes.
well, I thought you had a presentation. I'm sorry.
No, it's not a presentation, Madam Chair, but what it is the outcome of the feedback that the board members who were at the school board retreat discussed on that date, and based on that board member feedback, the discussions, Mr. Waller did help to lead some of that. Ms. Jenkins had added her input as well as the other board members. So the suggestions for board member engagement that are listed here, those 5 suggestions that include summer bus tours of schools' facilities to be arranged by the superintendent. That was something that Mr. Riddick had talked about. First week of school, board members greeting students as bus ramp while entering the school. That was something that we talked about for overall board engagement. Board members taking part in all district reads. That's something that many board members already do. For secondary schools, board members scheduling a time with the building principal to appear in a government or civic class and explain their role as a member of the school board. We felt that this would be a great opportunity for the school board to participate in instruction, as well as speaking to them being experts as being local politicians within the school community. And then, of course, board member attendance at extracurricular activities in the event. These 5 things were written down as starters for the board to be able to have additional opportunities to come up with a solid plan for board member engagement that can be implemented at a date that the board decides.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I just, if possible, it was very fruitful regardless to the discussion that we had that night. I think it cleared a lot of misconceptions, but I would like to see us, I say this at the meeting that night as well, instead of just a summer bus tour, that we go out as a group and we can break it down into, we tour the northern end schools on this one, then the next time we go out, we tour the central, and then the next time we go out, we tour the southern end. So that way board members will have an opportunity to see our school division in operation. You get to see things possibly in real time, to have that understanding of the Welleville Borough, the Holy Neck Borough, of the Chuckatuck Borough, and the inner workings of the other borough, and that's all.
Okay. Anyone else? Are we finished with our homework, our assignment for today?
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question. Beyond the discussion and these suggestions, is this something we are going to put into writing? Like, what is the end goal of this discussion? How are we solidifying our plan?
Great question. It is my hope that since we agree on doing this, that we will set dates and times that we will be able to do this.
Okay.
But we have to get everybody's schedule, make sure that everyone will be on one accord. Because we don't want to just say, it's great, this is what we want to do, and it just stays on our laptops. We need to make it happen, or we'll be right back in the same place we are now.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I am interested in the all-district reads. How do I get involved? How do I get on that schedule? Because I know in the past that's been something where every week somebody is part of that process. So how do we as board members get on that schedule for all district reads?
We will make sure that every board member will be asked, because this is the process is I think you sent an email and say, will you be part of this? Will you be able to come to, I think, Lakeland, and you read. So we're going to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to do that if your schedule so allows it. Because it's a particular schedule that they have. So it's not us really making up our minds, I'm going to go this week. It's a schedule, and they give you dates. So hopefully it will be something that you'll be able to do. Anything else? We done?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is this something that we could put in policy regarding the board, far as board member engagement and what that looks like. So that way there's a measuring stick with the board where board members can be held accountable to. This is the way we said we're going to be engaged as a board. So that way it's not just suggestions that can be altered at any given time. It would be something that would be concrete. So it lets me know that, hey, I can't say, hey, the board is not doing this. Nope, it's here. This is our rights to do it. And if something goes wrong down the road, we can address it because we will have a policy versus a practice.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one of the things that we have already, we have policies already that are in place that say what board members are supposed to do. We're supposed to serve on committees, we're supposed to serve on boards, and people opt out to do that. I don't think that we can make a policy to say that people have to do these things, whether they want to or not, because board members can opt out of whatever they want to do. So I see no, this is a voluntary thing. People get to say yes, they get to say no. And some board members have chosen to say no to the things that we already have in policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I thought you were.
No, go ahead.
As an alternative to policy, can we put it in norms and protocols which are referenced in our policy so that there's some sort of documentation tracking? Legally, obviously, in policy can't require, as Dr. Buck said, anything that's not required by the state code. So attending these extra things, but in listing it specifically in norms and protocols for a board member, we do have a policy that references our norms and protocols and how to handle it when a board member isn't abiding by norms and protocols. So I think that's a middle ground for recording this somehow.
So Attorney Waller, it looks like you really have something important to say.
Well, I'm thinking. Just to correct one thing, and that is you can have something in your policy that is not required by state code or federal law, as long as it's not inconsistent with VDOE regulations or state code. The other thing is that you could certainly put this in policy if you chose to do so. Another option could be that you pass a resolution that will indicate board member engagement is important and all board members are expected to do A, B, C, and D. And then you just vote on that. So that's another way that you can actually have it documented somewhere without having it in your actual policy.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to know if for number 4, we can expand that beyond just the government and civics classes. That might give us engagement with high schoolers, but what about the middle school and the elementary students?
Secondary is middle, so you mean elementary?
So number 4 includes all grade
Yeah.
levels. Okay.
Okay. We done?
So are we gonna put this in the policy?
We're going to send it to our policy review committee and see if they will put it in the norms, if we decide the norms and protocols or the policy.
Madam Chair, what do we do when people opt out of the policy that's in policy?
Again, my concern with that is that we need to have something regarding that as well
Right.
in the
We-
policy, because if we already have one and board members are not following that, what is this going to do if we put it in policy? Is there going to be something, a consequence if we don't follow it? Is my question. So let's take it even farther than that. If we don't follow it, or we don't go to this or go to that or participate, what's going to happen?
May I speak, Madam Chair?
Yes.
What putting this in policy will do, as I see it, it protects the board. When you hear me addressing this, I'm not talking about our rights as individual board members, which the current policy address. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm referencing is us collectively as a body, because we're not a school board as individuals. What this would do, it protects it later on down the road should a person become chair who do not have this same methodology or ideology, that a board member then will have a leg to stand on and say and raise, well, we have it in policy that we are permitted to do this as a board. It's to protect us down the road. But in regard, well, we do like we've been doing it now, because I believe policy is always subjectively followed situationally as who it benefits at the moment. Keep moving, because there's nothing you can do other than remove a board member from their committee, because you can't kick them out of office because you didn't put them there. So let's not try to use that as an escape route as to why we can't document it. That way it protects us down the road. I'm not looking at where we are now. I'm looking down the road when our seats change and this name no longer says Tyron Riddick Suffolk Borough. If the new person come in and say, I don't want y'all in the schools at all. I don't want to infringe on other board members' rights. Say, we as a board, we should go. We should go, and it's in policy that we can go. That's what I'm asking. Not to force anyone, because we're grown. You can't make them do nothing. But that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I was waiting. I'm wondering if it could just be something as simple, if we're putting this in policy, Attorney Waller, if we put it in stating that the board shall do X, Y, and Z, and all board members are encouraged to participate. Because then the board is going to, we're setting a calendar, if you will, for the board of engagements that the board will do yearly, and it will be made available to all board members, and the encouragement is that board members would attend.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe Mr. Waller's idea of a resolution, we cannot enforce these things, even if it's in policy. We have no repercussions. So a resolution to me seems to be the logical solution. We can only suggest that you do these things. And should we also include, as Dr. Buck reminds us so often, that we all can volunteer, something about volunteering in the school as maybe the sixth item. We all have volunteer opportunities that are available at all of our schools. We just need to follow the procedure. And that should be included in there somewhere as well, to encourage volunteering in the schools.
I agree.
Madam Chair, may I just address that? I appreciate the resolution idea, but as a board member who started last year, I can honestly say resolutions that came before us, I don't know where to find those resolutions unless I went through the agendas of previous past meetings. They're not provided. I know where to go to policy. I know how to find in policy what we do as a board, but resolutions tend to be something that get lost as far as I'm concerned, because I wouldn't even know that those resolutions existed if I wasn't on the board.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to go to the policy committee, and
My concern with that, Madam Chair, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing me. Apologize for speaking out of turn. My concern with sending this to the Policy Review Committee, you just had 2/3 of the Policy Review Committee state their position on this not being. I mean, is it anything that, if it's not going to get a fair shake, why even send it? I just want us to really, it's not to stipulate that a board member doesn't have an opportunity as individuals. I believe people are continually getting those two blurred with the school board member versus the school board. I would love to see, most of us are educators up here, we're short of teachers, let's go in the building and let's take a class. I would love to see that happen. But the importance of having this as a policy, it protects long-term when many of us will be off this board, because dynamics of board comes and goes. And I would rather it be there, because you can always call up, hey, we're not following our policy, and try to reel them in, and it's giving that future board a leg to stand on. That's all I'm asking. I'll talk with you later regarding what I want to really say. I don't want to prolong the time.
Chair, very briefly, I'm the third voice on the board, and I support this. So I support it going to policy, and we hash out how to make it worded so that it is solid, but we also acknowledge we can't dish out consequences. If we lead with the terminology, it is the intent of the board,
Right.
that board members shall blah, blah, blah. I know we can't write a policy up here, so we have to send it to the policy
Policy
review committee. And I'm
committee.
just telling you that I support hashing this out in such a way where it puts it on record for us. But it also acknowledges the point made that if people don't do it, we can't do anything to them. But
Never.
10
Never.
years down the road, it's on record saying that we are supposed to and should do this.
Let me add this, since the reference was made to the 2/3. I ask a question about the policy. If this is a discussion, I have that right. I don't understand how it works, but that doesn't mean I'm opposed to it. The sixth one, volunteering, takes care of several of those things. I've done the all-district reads. I like reading to children. I don't necessarily like reading into the camera, video camera. That's just not my thing, but I've done it. I think that whatever we suggest is fine, but we're not the final board. Boards that come behind us, who are also elected individuals, may want to have some input as to what they do. So they may want to amend it. It doesn't necessarily have to exist. And they may also want to change it, and they have a right to do that, as we have changed some of the policies we have. So it's not written in stone for everybody who comes behind us, because new board members may wish to add, take away, or do whatever they'd like to do, because they're elected too, and nobody can do anything to them either. So please don't take from it because I ask a question about how it's going to be implemented. We also talked in the session about the bus tours and how the public would have to be riding on the bus with us so that we don't have a FOIA violation. Because we can't all get on a bus without having the public with us wherever we go and have discussions about school issues. And so there's some details that are going to have to be worked out in this, whatever it is we decide to do, in whatever situations, wherever we go. There are times that are going to have to be worked out, and since the superintendent, it's arranged by the superintendent, those are things that will have to be worked out. We can't limit the public, members of the public who go with us, because that would be a FOIA violation. So we have a lot of things to work out with regard to that and how it's going to be structured. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is the conclusion of our work session, and we will come back at 7:30. Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the September Suffolk Public School Board meeting. Now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Would our students please come forward that will lead us? A deck of students from Nansemond River High School.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. You did that so well. Now we will have our moment of silence. Thank you. Board Member Slingloff, would you please read our mission statement?
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you so much. Now we will have the approval of our agenda.
Madam Chair. I move to approve our agenda with a couple of changes. First, I would like to ask that we move the non-agenda citizen comment time up to right below the agenda citizen comment time. And the other thing I would like to request is that we consider removing from our agenda the SPS school board candidate form discussion that has been dropped right underneath the good news report. And I'll tell you why. One, we have a policy that addresses political conversations about political candidates and interference with elections. Two, it potentially could be a Hatch Act violation. And I just want to make sure that we are above board on everything that we do. Any of those conversations could freely be had, and we don't necessarily need to muddy the waters with those potential discussions. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second, and I have a question for our attorney. Based on what our board member Brittingham just said, is there any type of legal recourse?
The policy that the board member has referred to, I'm not familiar with that policy. Secondly, the Hatch Act applies to federal groups or federal agencies, and this school board is not a federal agency. So the school board is not subject to the Hatch Act. So they are my comments.
Madam Chair. may I speak?
Yes.
I'm not opposed to moving speakers, I'm not. I am opposed to attempting to silence the superintendent from giving his report. I see no need in doing that or starting to do that. He has a right to speak and give his report. And if he chooses whatever topic, He has a right to speak. You know, I'm trying to understand what the point of that discussion is. And in all fairness, I'm trying to figure out what that's for. I can't, it doesn't comport with the law. Our attorney has told us that. And it doesn't comport with trying to silence somebody. So I'm having difficulty with that. And that is my contribution to the discussion.
Madam Chair, I'm not intending to silence anybody about anything, but we do have a policy, Section 7-7.2, says disclaimer required. School employees engaging in political activities must make it clear that their views and actions are made as individuals and that they do not represent the views of Suffolk Public Schools. My concern is that this dais is not where the discussion about the candidate forum needs to happen. I think that there are other more viable places that discussion could be happening. Since that forum happened with the Suffolk News Herald, maybe that's a better forum to go and have that discussion. But by no means am I trying to silence anybody. I am just trying to make sure that, one, we follow our policies, and two, we don't violate potential laws.
So do you know what because I don't know what he's discussing. You already know?
I wish I knew. That would have been nice, but all I have is the topic, and it has to do with the candidate forum. So, I mean, why would we want to talk about potential candidates from the dais at this point? I don't know. We've got a lot of other business that we're trying to conduct. That doesn't seem like a conversation that we need to even be entertaining at this point. But those are my concerns.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is extremely concerning because a huge assumption is being made that I'm discussing candidates. It says candidate forum. That's number one, which could be anything that occurred at the candidate forum. And as a former government teacher who's very also familiar with these policies, I always stay purple and don't pick sides. Number two, this is a direct attempt to silence my First Amendment rights. And under reports from the superintendent, we actually provided the common courtesy to list the items that I was going to talk about, since that's actually one of the items that are going to be discussed for vote during this meeting. Number three, I actually had a conversation with the vice chair yesterday and gave her insight to what I was going to talk about, which specifically stated that I wasn't going to talk about any candidates. So I think this assumption of being discussed here is another attempt to not only control the superintendent, but is also to try to silence my First Amendment rights, which is illegal.
Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, before I vote, I want to make a statement so that way there's no false or misinformation going from here. It's a school board meeting, and the information that's provided at the meeting is as it relates to the school system. I am concerned about it because last year there was a lot of concerns as well about reports that were being made. What I want to see happen is that we do our due diligence to feel comfortable to have these discussions prior to, versus getting here and you don't know. And then it's a lot of assumptions on both ends that are being made. We got a lot of fish to fry, and this is one of the reasons why I really don't care to hear about it, because this is my major issue. The CIP, making sure that we are moving, growing, understanding the development that is taking place, doing what we got to do to make sure our school system is able to function as it needs to. I don't know what's being said. I do have reservations. If it was asked of me, would I put this on the agenda? I would have said no. And my reasons are for what I said it is. It's not to silence a voice or a board, but it's the reality is this, it's the school board's meeting. And the school board dictates what we want to hear at our meeting. So I'm ready for it to vote how it is. No one is controlling me or anything of that sort. I just want us to focus on the business that we need to focus on and that we don't stray off into pet projects or pet issues.
Madam Chair, if I can speak and take some ownership here from the communication standpoint. I did talk with Dr. Gordon yesterday in the morning about concerns about this topic being on the agenda. And he did confirm and assure me that he wouldn't speak specifically to candidates, but rather to information that was presented about the school system that he wanted to discuss. And then at that point, I went into another meeting, and then an appointment, and I failed to contact Dr. Brittingham to follow up with that information. So I own that. Having said that, we can go to vote, because I think everybody's pretty solid in their position.
Madam Chair, I will amend my motion for the agenda and remove the request to remove the item from the agenda under the school board forum conversation discussion.
Okay.
And I second the removal of it. I just want to make sure we're not going on a slippery slope of endorsing and that we're not straying away from the business. As we were discussing at 5 o'clock, we got a huge elephant before us, and I don't want us to get lost in the weeds.
Okay. It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Would
Are
you
we doing
read-
it electronically?
What are we voting on?
Wait,
Can you read,
You want to do it electronically?
but can you read the motion?
yeah.
The motion was to approve the agenda with the with the move of the non-agenda speakers to come after the agenda speakers. Is that correct? Ready? Hold on one moment, y'all. My system is stuck. Can't do it. Okay, board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we will have public speakers on agenda topics.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise or use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that disrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Diana Yanez regarding Executive Order 33, which is the cell phone-free education policy.
Good evening. Thank you, board members, for your time. My name is Diana Yanez. I would like to speak to you regarding the Governor's Executive Order 33. I'm a mother of 2 students that attend Suffolk Public Schools. My daughter is in high school and my son is in middle school. To further qualify myself, I am the daughter of a teacher who has served in the school systems locally for over 40 years. I also have friends and family who are part of the Suffolk Public Schools and local school systems here in the neighboring districts. Additionally, I attended our local public schools. I am 42 years old. My age grants me the ability to remember a time before electronic devices, computers being readily available, being able to use emails and texts, and having cell phones in the palm of our hand. I think I am what is called the Oregon Trail generation. Also, my age provides me with the memories of the beginnings of school shootings. I was a junior in high school when the Columbine shootings occurred. I have been here for the fear that our country began to internalize as we realized this problem was spreading and not becoming an isolated incident. Before leaving my career to stay at home full-time with my children in the beginning of COVID, I worked at our government's Norfolk Naval Shipyard. I was present during live actor shooting incidents. As a mother, I have received texts and phone calls from my children when they were placed in compromising or dangerous positions where they were not able to access anyone other than me through their cell phone while they were on school grounds. My daughter was involved in 2 incidents that occurred at her school. The first, she was in a classroom when a student decided to become aggressive and violent. Instead of the teacher leaning towards the safety of the students within the classroom, the teacher decided to barricade the student within the classroom and the remaining students. My daughter was able to reach out to me through her cell phone and let me know that she was in a dangerous situation. In this particular occasion, my daughter tried calling the main office from the phone inside the classroom. When she reached the main office for help, the office told her that they would not send anybody for help without verifying with the teacher that the call was legitimate. The teacher refused to come to the phone because she was barricading the student in the classroom. The office would not send help. So my daughter texted me. On a separate occasion, a student became violent on my daughter's bus, and again, the bus driver decided to barricade the student on the bus so that they could not escape. Fortunately, again, my daughter had her cell phone and was able to communicate directly with me, and I was able to come to the bus. I wholeheartedly recognize that it is important for us to embrace the necessity to focus on in-class participation without the distraction of electronic devices. However, unfortunately, we do live in a day and age, I believe, where the safety and security of our students cannot be taken for granted or be guaranteed. I appreciate and respect the measures that our school system and our state have tried to put in place to protect our students and staff while they are on campus at school. However, it is my position as a mother that I am unwilling to send my children to school without a viable access on their person to being able to reach me in the event that they should find themselves in a situation that they would need to do so. I don't feel that any parent should have to do that. I do not require government intervention to monitor the relationship between myself, my child, and a cell phone when weighing their ability to be safe at school or to focus at school. I have tremendous empathy for the teachers who struggle to regain focus from students who have difficulty staying on task in the classroom and not adhering to classroom policies of putting away their phones. I also wholeheartedly agree that there's a time and place for electronic devices. Personally, I have been a parent who has chosen to limit electronic devices in my home. I have also come to terms with the fact that this is a day where we have become very modernized in society, and that we utilize the benefits of electronics to streamline a lot of processes where we previously did not have the ability to do so. The first line in Suffolk Public Schools' mission statement is, "To produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society." An executive order that both takes us back to a time prior to cell phones, as it is in direct conflict with 21st century progressions, that does not embrace the mission statement. We are building smart schools. Can I continue?
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kirsten O'Neill regarding Citizen Advisory Committee, SEAC.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and fellow school board members. As I stand before you tonight, I both speak and represent myself. I don't speak for SEAC or any other organization I am a part of. In this moment, I'm just a concerned member of this community who is here to let you know that the committees and the policy surrounding said committees are not working when it is integral that they do. Parent engagement as a whole is lacking in Suffolk Public Schools, and I believe the policy regarding the committee appointments and committees is a major contributing factor. Now, some of you may be thinking, who is this person telling me how to do my job? Well, I'll tell you who I am. Usually I'm not one to brag about myself, but tonight I think it's necessary. Let us start out with who I'm not. I am not now, nor will I ever be, an enemy of the school district. I am the first one to defend teachers and admin. I truly believe it should never be an us versus them, that collaboration is key to the success. I am the mom of 3 beautiful boys who all happen to be on the spectrum and have IEPs. I'm currently in year 5 of serving on Northern Shores PTA, and I'm also the district PTA Vice President of Advocacy. I've been on SEAC for 4 years, one of which is chair, and I'm hoping tonight to be locked in for year number 5. I've put in more volunteer hours for Suffolk Public Schools than some of your part-time employees and have never received a dime. After the pandemic, instead of complaining online about how things have changed and lack of opportunities for volunteering, I, along with the admin of Northern Shores Elementary, developed a program called the Pod Squad, which is still in use today. I am the parent you want. I am the parent that you need. The issue being, why aren't more parents like me? Why can't we fill these committees? A major reason I believe you cannot fill these committees is the timing. These committees should be staffed prior to the end of the school year, not mid-July. Clearly, this has become an issue as the last 2 years the votes have been put off and committees are late getting up and running. Since SEAC is what I am most knowledgeable about, it is also what I'm going to use as an example. SEAC is a state-mandated committee and the only one. Under those mandates, they are required to review all policy regarding any changes that affects the special education population. A policy that was voted on over the summer, the minutes of the meeting should be available online, was never presented to SEAC, and I would like to believe that was an issue with membership turnover. There seems to be a lack of understanding that once these committees are established, we still have to establish the committees within said committees. Additionally, I know SEAC bylaws state members are elected for 2 years, which goes against current board policy. I do not understand why 2-year terms cannot be carried over to board policy as well. This gives these committees time to work out the kinks and establish the trust as a team. It seems based off appointments, most people on these committees go for multiple terms anyways. While I appreciate the desire to be equitable and have one person from every borough represent, I also think that is not working. I would urge the board to consider allowing appointments if they come in after the initial submission deadline to fill the vacant slots, with initial preference given to the people who applied on time. SEAC as it stands now is set to get 2 members. If you look at SEACs across the state, the most successful are the larger ones. You cannot run a successful committee with just 2 people. I've listened so many times from Suffolk Public Schools say how badly they want community engagement numbers to increase, how much they want parents to get involved. The top goal for SEAC is always growth. Is that the case? In that case, in good conscience, how can the board turn away people who want to create the best Suffolk Public Schools? These community members have passion and are eager to help. Why not water their thirst? We should always strive for the best. This means more than the bare minimum. We might be only required to have 4 meetings, but if the committee deems we need more than 4 meetings, that should be celebrated. I also propose that we do a biannual roundtable with the school board members and all committees. Let's all get together, let's bounce off what's working, what's not working. Let's hear what the other committees have to say, because when you joint collaborate, that's when you really see the magic. My final suggestion is to make sure that the advertising for our committees is equitable. If we can receive emails, phone calls, and text messages about sporting events, after-school activities, and conferences, then there's no reason these committees cannot be advertised. These committees should be posted in all school lobbies. They should have flyers sent home. Let's make it so I didn't know they existed is no longer a valid excuse for why people don't get involved. As you all know, time is the greatest gift you can give anyone. It is something that no amount of money can buy back. People don't want to get involved if they don't feel like their time is being wasted. They also don't want to get involved if they feel like they aren't appreciated. If you're watching at home, I urge you to be the change you want to see. Get involved. At the end of the day, we all need to be about one thing and one thing only, the kids. The decisions we make as grown adults will impact on the kids for the rest of their lives. I urge the board to please vote in candidates on the list you have tonight, consider the names that were submitted after deadline, and to send the policy regarding committee appointments back to the Policy Review Committee so in the future we won't have the same struggles. If we truly want to build the best Suffolk Public Schools, we need to do it together, and the narrative of us versus them, and for one thing and one thing only, the kids.
Thank you.
That's our last speaker.
Now we're going to the,
That's right. I'm sorry. Our non-agenda speakers are Mr. Travis McKinney regarding Suffolk School Board Forum.
Pardon me, I just got done running a soccer game, and I got here in a hurry. How y'all doing tonight? In relation to the debate that has started this evening off, draw your attention there, Mr. Waller, to Administrative Code 22 VAC 40-675-210, political activity, Commonwealth of Virginia. Section B, shall be consistent with the Hatch Act. Any political commentary that the superintendent makes concerning anything with the Suffolk Forum School Board that was just held the other day would be a violation of the Hatch Act, if not the Commonwealth Code. You can look it up. Can't believe I have to say that. It was 4 years ago today, I think, I started this adventure with this school board. I came in here to talk about credit card uses. I stood here in front of the school board and asked who had the audacity to charge a $7 smoothie to a credit card that the Suffolk taxpayers have to pay for. Some of you might remember that. See, when the Suffolk Forum School Board and those candidates up there all trying to vie for a couple of positions on the board or trying to make their statements to transparency or to talk about a forensic audit, there's a reason why they're asking for that. Because trying to get information from this school board is damn near impossible. I know, I've tried. I've looked at your credit card purchases with quite amazement. I sat here once and came up here and told you that before the school year started, I was going to buy stock in Amazon. You guys put hundreds of spot purchases on Amazon. I don't know what that's about. When I asked you guys what a $300 Ninja was, I didn't get an answer to that one either. So there's a lot of curiosity in the public that wants to know where the money is going. We talk about some of the things in catching our children up, and I challenged the superintendent to where would $27 million from the federal government went? It went to DEI. DEI. It's a dying cause. Everybody's getting rid of it. But yeah, we're going to hire staff positions for DEI. We're going to have $27 million in federal funds. Go to the superintendent, and this school board couldn't even muster a vote to ask the man where the money went. You see, the school board over the last 4 years has been lock, stop, head bobbing for the same 4 people that has restricted the ability of the school board to actually do anything to legislate or have any type of control over the budget that's going on inside of the school system. The 4 same people, 2 of them are out this year. Thank God for that. But the 4 same people for the last 4 years have dictated, controlled, suppressed, ran over, and dictated policy that doesn't allow the public to do anything but sit there and shake their head. I've sat here and made these question marks about why is it that the school board, same 4 people, thinks it's okay if Timmy comes to school and it's called Tammy, that superintendent has a right to keep that information from the parent. But 4 of you did that. 4 of you voted to mandatory vaccinate your sports teams. I could sit here forever. I got so many things that 4 people in this school board has done to basically destroy the credibility of the school system to the public out there that it would take me an hour to figure out how to get over it. The superintendent wants to address the Suffolk Forum School Board and the remarks made to that. I caution him, it is a violation of the Hatch Act. He needs to watch his remarks. Have a good night.
Our next speaker, Fritz Whitfield Sr., regarding school board member relations.
Good evening. Chairperson Jenkins, member of Suffolk City School Board, Superintendent Gordon, and fellow attendees. My name is Fritz Allen Whitfield Jr., Sr. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated and the Alpha Iota chapter here in Suffolk. The men are here with me tonight to make a stance to hopefully that we can bring some harmony to the school system for us to have a better opportunity to talk with one another. At this time, for those who are here with me, I'd like for my brothers to stand to be recognized. We're also here to express my unwavering support for the leadership of the Suffolk City School Board and your vital role in sharing the future of our children, our community, and our city. Education is the foundation upon which we build our future. The decisions made by our school board have a direct impact on the lives of our students, our families, and the broader community. The Suffolk City School Board should not forget that committing to excellence in education is the uttermost importance for ensuring that each and every student who matriculates through the school system is ready for the next phase in their lives. The school board members are not just policymakers, but they are advocates for our children. I ask that you keep all of the children in the forefront of your decision-making and commit to making sure that every student in the city of Suffolk receives a higher quality education regardless of their background, their circumstance. The commitment should be made evident in the efforts to provide equal access in the advance of leadership opportunities, learning opportunities, and supporting all teachers and staff. Learning opportunities that all teachers and staff should be encouraged to use resources that promotes a safe and all-inclusive learning environment where diversity and freedom is welcome and not shunned. But the work of the school board goes beyond the classroom. You are the bridge builders of the school, between the school and the community, fostering collaboration and engagement. In times when public education faces numerous challenges, it is reassuring that we know that we have a school board system and a competent lawyer that is dedicated to transparency, accountability, innovation for students, parents, teachers, staff, community, and members. We trust that the Suffolk City School Board understands that education is just not one size for all endeavors. As a community, we must continue to support the school board in their mission. This means staying engaged, providing feedback, working together to overcome challenges, the means of recognizing the importance of investing in our schools, because when we invest in our schools, the school succeeds and the entire community benefits. In conclusion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Suffolk City School Board, and I charge you that you remain dedicated and committed to ensuring the best possible learning atmosphere for all children of this great city. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ross Boone, regarding school board member relations.
I have an extra 1 minute and 46 seconds because Fritz only used 4 minutes and some seconds, so I get something extra. As I sit and listen to various speakers who've come tonight and on television and at other times, and then as I talk to many of you in the streets and I talk to people in the street and in the community, I ask the question, who tells the story? Who tells the story of the Suffolk Public Schools? Who tells the story of all of the good things that are going on in the public schools? Who tells the story about all of the things that are not so good in the public schools? So it boils down to me, it seems like we have a big communication gap and we don't know who's telling the story. Parents think that they're telling the story, and rightly so. Teachers think they're telling the story, and rightly so. The school board and all of its agents, meaning the teachers and so forth, and all of the staff, they tell a story. Somewhere all of these stories have to come together to give a true reflection of what this is about. You can't function without the city council, because the city council is the money trough, primarily. So there's another story that's being told. Most of us are unaware of the relationship and the dependency relationship that exists between the school board and the city council. As a parent, I was unaware, but as an educator, I became aware. It's a balancing act. And what we have to understand is that we can't always get what we want or what I may want. But what we have to always keep in mind is the fact that we are here to serve the students in this community from wherever they come and serve them as best as we can. And I'm going to congratulate you, and I'm going to congratulate your predecessors, your superintendents, your prior school board members, who saw fit to change the nature of the way we do things and try to keep up with what's going on in the world that we're preparing our kids for. You have a lot of stars. I remember there was a star thing at one time. You got a lot of stars in the school system, both at the teacher level, at the administrative level, and at the student level, and at the parent level. But nobody tells that collective story. So I would encourage you to figure out how to tell the collective story with all of the collective parts that are part of them. I saw these young people from DECA tonight who did the allegiance. These are stars, each and every one. And there are at least, I'm not sure how many people in the system now. What do you got, about 20,000 or more? What's the number, Superintendent? See what I mean? Stories. Everybody has one. So find a way. Use your collective brain power to make the story real for the general public. You understand it. I may understand it, and I suspect everyone in this room understands it. But the general public does not understand it. And that's where the biggest problems will come from. Then secondly, and finally, your relationships, terrible. Terrible. That doesn't mean all of them are. It means some of them are. If you have personal gripes and grudges, solve that in the back room. Don't bring it out here. If you have a point that you want to make, solve it in the back room. Don't bring it out here. Because that is what people remember, and that is what the newspapers are going to report. Come out with the positive things that we do, and that you are directly responsible for making happen. Remember, it's all of us on this boat, and I call the universe this boat, I call this planet the boat. Either we're going to all swim together or we're going to all drown together. I know you don't want to drown because I don't want to drown. Do what you're supposed to do it in a professional manner. Always remember to give people their due respect. And you'll be surprised that the next 32 minutes is going to fly even before I sit down. But I appreciate what you have done, what you are doing, and what you can do, and that's the thing. Get the communication piece straight. And next time, don't invite me to a meeting at 6:30 and then allow me to speak at 10 minutes after 8, because I got to go home and take my pills. I'm old. Good night.
There are no more speakers, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we will move forward to the reports by the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, for our Good News Report. She will reference our community partners for our back-to-school donations, our first day of school, the senior sunrise at Lakeland High School. We have Ms. Creedle and as aforementioned the DECA students here, as she was named the 2024 VAME Region 4 Teacher of the Year. Highlighting Ms. Scott from Nansemond River, was selected by Norfolk State for the Adopted Classroom. Our Suffolk News Herald's Athlete of the Week from 2 weeks ago, Snett Bird IV. Student Showcase of Artwork in the Suffolk News Herald. The I Teach program highlights the new Media Honor Roll recipients for Mr. Robinson from the Suffolk News Herald. And a letter that we received from United States Senator Tim Kaine for being one of the best communities for music education. We will also discuss topics from the candidate forum and the calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of our school board, and also those here with us tonight. I'd like to start our Good News Report this evening by thanking our community partners. There were certainly a mix of emotions as this was our first year starting school prior to Labor Day. But our community partners came out and made sure that our students were well equipped and well prepared for the first day of school. Several groups gave generously to our students, whether through a school supply drive or a book bag donation. They provided materials in abundance. And so we thank our community partners like the Suffolk Sheriff's Department, Walmart right here on Main Street, the National Panhellenic Council of Suffolk, Innovative Veterans Outreach, and so many more for rallying together and helping to prepare our students for the first day of school and beyond. We also want to thank those who came out during the first 2 weeks of school to welcome our students to that new year. Thank you to the Suffolk Police Department, Ms. Joan Turner, the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Suffolk Police Department, and the new Public Information Officer for arranging to greet our students with smiles and stickers as they entered into their buildings. Annually, during the first week of school, our superintendent, chiefs, and directors will visit our buildings to support building administration and welcome new students to the new year. So we thank Mayor Duman and Board Chair Jenkins for joining Dr. Gordon on the first day of school to meet and greet students and staff and give them some positive words of encouragement as they begin their new journey. Shout out to Lakeland High School and the students and staff who organized their senior sunrise as a way to inspire and motivate each other and symbolize the start of their final year. On the morning of the first day of school, senior students gathered on the football field to watch the sunrise and set their goals for the new year. This was a unique opportunity for classmates to bond with one another and create lasting memories as they kicked off their senior year. Kings Fork High School also recently held their senior sunrise event as well. Over the summer, one of our teachers at Nansemond River High School received a distinguished honor and recognition. Ms. Candace Creedle, marketing teacher, DECA advisor, and Ladies of Distinction site coordinator at Nansemond River High School, was named the Virginia Association of Marketing Educators Region 4 Teacher of the Year. But that's not all. She was also selected as the VAME Region 4 Director. Ms. Creedle is a dynamic educator and community leader with over a decade of experience in educational and entrepreneurial success. She works day in and day out to prepare her students for this ever-changing world by emphasizing the practical application of business systems and innovative marketing strategies, and ensures that they are equipped with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed. Ms. Creedle, we thank you for all that you do for our students in and beyond the classroom. You are the true definition of a dynamic educator, and we appreciate your passion and your vision for Suffolk Public Schools and for Nansemond River High School. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Credo to the podium to receive a certificate of recognition from our superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank the Suffolk Public School Board. I want to thank the Suffolk Public Schools community, my administrator, Dr. Green, Ms. Paul, all of the Nansemond River High School administrators. And of course, this would not be possible without my students. It is because of them that I stand before you tonight. And what I would charge to anyone that is listening, those that are here online, especially my educators, one thing that I keep in mind when I walk in the classroom is that I treat them all with respect. I get to know them for who they are, and I treat them how I would want someone to treat my God kids, my family. And I get to know them in their dreams and their ambitions and their aspirations. And that's what we build our classroom on. Dr. Green is a testament to see what we have already doubled in numbers from last year with DECA members. This is just a small fraction of what we have on roster for this year. And the success that I have, once again, is not in my own, but because of them. Thank you.
Another teacher tonight from Nansemond River High School will be recognized. Ms. Cremier Scott was selected by the Norfolk State University Men's Basketball Adopt a Classroom initiative to receive a donation of school supplies. The program was organized as an outreach program to support teachers across Hampton Roads, and teachers were nominated with community input. Last week, head coach Robert Jones and players from the NSU's basketball team visited Nansemond River to present Ms. Scott with her surprise. And 13 News Now and the Suffolk News Herald both shared wonderful highlights of Ms. Scott's recognition. We thank the community for selecting one of our own to receive such a wonderful surprise and generous donation. Starting this school year, the Suffolk News Herald will be recognizing an Athlete of the Week. Coaches and athletic directors are asked to nominate the top student athletes across all in-season sports each week. Voting on each nominee is open to the community. Congratulations to Stinette Bird IV from Nansemond River High School's golf team and Paige Starkey from Kings Fork High School's field hockey team on being highlighted as the Suffolk News Herald's 2 Athletes of the Week from Suffolk Public Schools. This week is National Arts in Education Week, and if you've been following our Suffolk Public Schools social media pages, you'll see that we've been highlighting some of our art educators and art students. Through the hard work of our Division Coordinator of Fine and Performing Arts, Dr. Jolene Neighbors, we are excited to announce that our art students at each of our 3 high schools will have the opportunity to personalize newspaper boxes. The boxes will reflect their school, the city of Suffolk, and the field of journalism and communications. There will also be an online contest for the community to vote on the best box. We are excited about this collaboration with the Suffolk News Herald, and we can't wait to see the newspaper boxes that will be painted around the city by Suffolk Public School students. The boxes will be placed in areas that do serve our schools. The I Teach program is an alternative certification program that we are using to assist in filling some of our teacher vacancies. The I Teach program was vetted by the Virginia Department of Education. It's not a college or anything like that, but it is an asynchronous online program that serves as an alternate pathway to licensure and a more expedited process. It is open to our paraprofessionals and long-term subs with degrees. Once they begin the program, they're able to get a provisional license midway through and be hired while continuing through the program. By the completion of the program, they can receive a full teaching license. We began this program in April of this year, and today we have we have 44 participants. So we started in April, and as of today, we have 44 participants, 6 of whom have already been hired. So this is one innovative way that we are working to combat the teacher shortage and help our pairs and long-term subs become fully licensed. We want to thank our Director of Human Resources, Dr. Jessica Avery, and her team for working behind the scenes to get this program up and running. Each year, the Virginia School Board Association acknowledges the important role reporters and local outlets play in public education and telling the stories of our school divisions. The Media Honor Roll was created to recognize fair and balanced reporting about our schools and Virginia's public education system and recognize media representatives in 4 categories: print, radio, and digital television. Print, radio, digital, and television. Suffolk Public Schools is honored to present the 2024 VSBA Media Honor Roll to an individual who has proven himself to be dedicated and committed to telling the stories of our students and staff. He is oftentimes in multiple places at once, and we don't know how he does it, but he does it. He gets it done every time. Every time I see him, he has a camera in his hand or a notepad ready to take down notes. He is truly a hard-working reporter who is dependable and well-respected within Suffolk Public Schools and throughout our city of Suffolk. To receive his certificate of honor, please join me in welcoming to the podium Suffolk News Herald reporter, Mr. James Robinson.
Now he has to smile.
Earlier this year, we received the Best Communities for Music Education Award from the NAM, the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. And tonight, I want to share with you a letter that our school division received from U.S. Senator Tim Kaine for our recognition in music education. August 29, 2024, Suffolk Public Schools. Congratulations on receiving national recognition as one of the best communities for music education. The National Association of Music Merchants Foundation presents this award annually to recognize the nation's best music educators and music education communities. The selection of your school division shows that you are among the most driven and dedicated music communities in the Commonwealth and in the nation. School music programs are an important part of education, and the study of the music helps to build well-rounded individuals. Music education bolsters creativity, promotes discipline, and supports a broader understanding of our own history and the history and culture of others. Music also brings depth, beauty, and substance to our understanding of the world. Whether students choose to continue their music education outside of school or through higher education, the creativity they learn through music can be applied to any discipline they choose to pursue. Thank you for representing Virginia as a leader in music education and for ensuring that all children have the opportunity to learn and grow with music. Sincerely, Tim Kaine, United States Senator. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. As Ms. Dickens mentioned, we started school before Labor Day for the first time, 4 days for our first 2 weeks of school, and now we are fully into the swing of things with our first 5-day week. We also want to make sure that as we are continuing to practice all of our procedures, especially when it comes to safety with fidelity, that we have to remind everybody in the school community that everyone must go through the metal detectors. This includes if you're going to Alpha Best. This includes if you're coming in for volunteering, Grandparents' Day. Everyone must go through the metal detectors. That is part of our practices and procedures. As we're taking a look at some of the topics that were discussed at the recent school board candidate forum, I think some of the things that were said definitely need to be corrected. And it would not be fair in our role as staff, administrators, or in my job as a superintendent who is tasked with protecting the school division as well as keeping staff and students safe and instructing them to remain quiet on lots of misinformation that occurred. And one of the things that we always take a look at, and I think a couple of our speakers actually addressed it today, is about candidates speaking about partnering with the school administration, the teachers, students, and staff. To me, that's what it's always about. I think all people that run for office, anyone that decides to partner with the school division, it should really be about how can you have a positive impact on the school division. Unfortunately, there was a lot of incorrect data that was shared. One of them was about students and families leaving SPS and going to homeschool or private school. Here is the data. In 2018-2019, based on our September 30th counts, Suffolk Public Schools had 14,265 students. In 1920, they had 14,322. During 2021, the COVID year, we did drop to 13,869, and we can understand why several of our families decided to keep their students at home. But in 21-22, we actually began to jump back up to 14,048, and then a huge jump the following year in 22-23 to 14,490. Last year on September 30th for the 23-24 school year, we had 14,520. And as of our 10-day count this week, we had 14,532. So if we are graduating nearly 1,000 students per year, how is it that our numbers are dropping and individuals are going to private school and homeschool? It's a part of the false narrative that some individuals unfortunately try to put out there to show that the school division is not being successful. I actually had a long conversation with a parent this week who actually was looking for assistance with a waiver situation. And due to current capacity issues, this parent has worked with Dr. Bird, Dr. Brown, because waivers are always looked at on a case-by-case basis, year-by-year basis, looking at the total enrollment in the school as well as grade levels. And unfortunately, this situation, a waiver was granted for one student because there was space in that grade, but not for the second student. And we all, of course, empathize with working with the parent because I've made a severe challenge for the parent when it comes to child care, and we wanted to try to resolve the situation. However, the parent was pretty upset when I first had the conversation with her and informed me that she had actually spoken with 2 of our board members about her concerns. And instead of relaying the information to the school administration, the parent is alleging that the board members suggested that she enroll her kids in private school. See, what happens is that this board members did not know that this parent is actually a proud graduate of Lakeland High School, that her mother was a 34-year teacher of SPS, and so she loves SPS. And she was extremely offended that that suggestion was allegedly made. And so a lot of times, as we kind of saw at the beginning of this conversation, there seems to be a concern about what is going to be said. instead of asking the question, why does it even have to be addressed? We also unfortunately had an inaccurate cell phone policy that was read, and Mr. Waller and I spent several days trying to figure out where that came from. As the school board knows, the school board actually had a good work session today discussing Executive Order 33, and Mr. Waller clarified the cell phone policy. For years now, we've heard the mentioning of a forensic audit. It actually happened again tonight. And to be clear, a forensic audit is used to uncover criminal behavior such as fraud or embezzlement or any type of unethical financial practices. See, anytime a forensic audit is being requested, this insults 21 bookkeepers, 21 principals, the entire budget and finance department, our chief financial officer, who is a certified public accountant. This is defamation of character and slander because you're accusing someone of criminal activity. Got to take the time to apologize to Ms. Forsman that you still continue to have to go through this, because we've had perfect audits in this school division for 11 years. 11 years. And the fact that this continues to come up is harassment. It's harassment. Now, for those of folks that want to do their own research, please compare the total number of comments that we've had over that 11-year time period to other localities, including our local government. See, when the forensic audit conversation came up last year, I applaud the work of Mr. Riddick and Ms. Howell on February 2023 at a special school board meeting. Both the chair and vice chair at the time supported the finance department and referred to the finance committee meeting that took place on January 24th, 2023. They specifically discussed the purchase cards, where Mr. Melendez, the auditor, found no issues. Mr. Riddick specifically asked about fraud or anything concerning that would lead to further investigation, and the auditor clearly said no. So why is it being discussed as a topic at a forum? Again, this is defamation of character, slander, and harassment. Unfortunately, it was also mentioned of an incident that allegedly took place at one of our schools several years ago, one of our elementary schools, and one of the individuals specifically discussed one of our principals. This is the same principal that led Northern Shores to blue ribbon status and is doing an excellent job at Lakeland High School. See, when is a topic going to occur when we can focus on partnership, collaboration, and ways to improve the school division instead of trying to tear people down? How many more years does this have to occur? It's literally been going on November 2019. That's the first time I actually experienced it. And then the questions then become, as the topics continued, where there were other insults towards our staff. We have sitting with us our Chief of Administrative Services, Dr. Rodney Brown, who is the president of the Virginia Association of School Personnel Administrators. The Region 2 instructional leads for all teaching and learning and chief academic officer is Dr. Akima Branch, our chief academic officer. And last year, the Region 2 leader of the school leadership professional learning community was our chief of schools, Dr. Stanette Bird III. See, why is it that we seem to get more respect outside of the school division than some of the individuals inside? I mean, the challenge is that from two of our speakers that spoke tonight, one of the key words there was respect. And the disrespect has to stop. It has to stop. You know, I always talk about, and I do this every October, right? What I always say, please support the candidates that support public schools. And I always talk about how I know, because I was coached very well when I decided to make this journey, that I know that I'm always going to be a target because of the role. You know, a lot of it comes with the territory. But being a target and saying these things, there's a difference when you're disrespectful, or as in tonight, an attempt to break the law. So one of the things that we want to be able to work forward, because that's what we're trying to do. No one will ever do anything to support the school division if you're talking about it. That's not the way it works. It has to be a true partnership and collaboration. And when we are having topics like that that are being discussed, the school community sees right through it, because all they're looking for is people that not only want to be able to represent themselves if they do win elections, but they're also looking for someone that actually cares about the school division, the staff, and the students. I can't stay silent about that type of stuff, because silence is compliance. It's compliance. And when you're talking about members of our team that are some of the best at what they do, it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. Certified public accountant, perfect audits. People need to be careful what they say, because there is legality involved with that. For the calendar of special events, Madam Chair, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. It's also Hispanic Heritage Month. This is SPS Grandparents Week. If y'all could have seen our school board clerk, Ms. Tasha Gardner, coming back from having lunch with her grandchild today, she didn't get any more work done for the rest of the day. It's also National Arts and Education Week for the 10th through the 16th. Constitution Day is September 17th. IT Professionals Day is also September 17th. The first day of autumn is September 23rd. Our joint city council meeting and school board meeting will be September 24th at 3 p.m. First interim reports, parents, will be issued on September 27th. That's the halfway point at 23 days. Next month, for October, is Disability Awareness Month, Bullying Prevention Month, Principal Appreciation Month, Arts and Humanities Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Cybersecurity Awareness Month. National Custodians and Grounds Appreciations Day will be October 2nd. Our half day for teacher professional development will be an early release for students will be October 3rd. National Fire Prevention Week is October 6th through the 12th. Pink Out Day, please wear your pink, will be October 10th for breast cancer awareness, which is also the same day as our school board meeting. So all school board members, I'm asking you to wear pink. I don't think that'll be a problem for you, Ms. Jenkins. And then VSBA, Take Your Legislator to School Month, will be Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. As a part of our conversations about our capital improvement plan, the school system will visit Kilby Shores Elementary School from 10 to 12 on that day. We're asking for our local officials and school board members and hopefully some of our state officials to be able to join us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for all that information. Congratulations to everyone, especially Mr. Robertson. Not only is he a great person with the camera and the news, I had the pleasure of parking beside him. He did not know at the service station at Wawa, and to watch him just dance around the car and just do the gas, and I was just so excited. I just sat there. He was just so happy all the time. So he's not just like that here. He's happy all the time. He never saw me, but he was excited about pumping that gas. So thumbs up to you. So now we will have our consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we accept the consent agenda with the removal of bills and payroll.
Okay.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Now we'll turn it over to Vice Chair for our unfinished. Is that you?
Okay.
Well, the Citizen Advisory Committee Board appointees.
Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, I recommend that we follow the practice or policy. It's confusing as I went back to watch the meeting from November. It was stated policy when we began discussion. When the clerk at that time read it, she said it was the practice. So I ask that we adhere to the decision that was made in 2019 to accept the appointees of the board members and then fill the rest with the applicant process, but also anyone else who had applied for these committees that are in compliance with what our policy state as it regards to being a citizen as far as the voting right members.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Can I just want some clarification on the motion. So your motion is to follow the procedure that y'all followed in November 2019?
That we voted to follow. Now, we didn't follow it, but we voted to where each board member would have their one appointee, and the remaining would come from the applicant process. And if there's any other vacancies of anyone else who applied, that we go ahead and take all of these citizens who want to volunteer their service and we serve, and we try to do it next year in a smoother way.
Madam Chair, may I follow up? So would Ms. Gardner, do you know what that list looks like if we do that?
I do have all of the appointees that you all have given me, with the exception of the ones that, he had the ones who did not apply, okay. Everyone who applied within the time frame before the deadline and who checked out in the borough, yes, I do have that list. In addition to that, I have the list from the committee leads of those others that they recommend for the board as well. So I need clarification whether or not you all are not accepting those. You're going to fill the committee with additional applicants versus not accepting the recommendation from the committee leads.
So I guess my question is, because I thought we were accepting the ones that turned theirs in on time.
Well, that wasn't a motion that was on the floor. The motion that's on the floor is to accept the appointees of the school board and fill it with those who submitted their applications and allow those who wanted to serve to serve. I think there's only one committee that has a cap, and that's the motion that's on the floor in the second. Far as recommendations from committee leads, I don't know who they are. I don't know. I'm not saying that nothing was sent to me or anything of that way. At this moment, I don't know who they are. So just fill in with what we have and take the vacancies. These are people who said they wanted to serve. I was reached out from a retired teacher who is also a substitute who submitted late, who was also told that she wasn't able to volunteer, but she's committed to education. She's willing to serve, but I don't want to see any citizen who took their time out to serve. We did not, because something minute as this. I think we should just go ahead and approve it. Everybody's appointees that's in the borough, mine's checked out because they're the same people. And just go from there.
You say yours checked out because they're the same people. You're accepting the appointees that did not apply as well? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, it's the motion. The appointees that I verbally gave out at the meeting, at the meeting that we had when I gave my information, who were the same people who are currently serving until their vacancy is dissolved, who have already been vetted and checked out last year. Those are the people that I'm reappointing. I'm not appointing anyone new, so it's no strenuous on anything. No one has moved. Those are my people that I'm reappointing.
Okay, I have a question, so we can be clear. So initially say those who turned in their information, whether it was late or not, you want to accept them. But if they didn't turn anything in at all, you still want them to be.
What I am saying.
Yes, please make it clear.
I thought I did. I don't understand.
No,
I'm lost in the
we don't want
sauce
any
here.
confusion.
I got you. So I'm going to reiterate. The motion, the recommendation that passed at our August 2019 meeting stated that each board member would get an opportunity to appoint one person from their borough, and that is to ensure that there's equal representation throughout our city makeup. And then the remaining vacancies would be filled through the applicant process in which we voted at that meeting. What I am saying, and what this motion that has been seconded is saying, we allow all school board member appointees, whether they submit a letter or not, because that wasn't the requirement from November the 19th. They are allowed to serve on these committees, and any citizen who submitted a letter of interest, whether it was before or after the deadline, to serve on those committees, and we approve that right there. Anything else, that's a separate motion. We got committees that need to roll and operate. I'm not trying to prolong it. I'm just trying to move forward where everybody get the people they appointed, the citizens who applied get to serve, and those who missed the deadline for whatever reason, they're volunteering their time to get an opportunity to serve. That's all I'm asking. That's all that is motion, and that's all that is second.
Question.
Yes.
It's not that I disagree, I just have
Can
a
you
question.
speak in the mic, sir?
I'm sorry. It's not that I disagree, I just have a question. What did we do last year?
That for me.
For whoever knows.
You can speak. You
I
were
mean,
the chair last year.
we can reflect to the minutes, but what we did last year, each board member was allowed to appoint a person. That person did not have to submit a letter.
Yes, they did. All my people had to. All my people had to submit a letter.
Madam Chair, do I have the floor?
Sorry, but
Thank
they
you.
did.
That the persons did not have to submit a letter. They were approved, and we had discussion on board appointees. And there was some of us who had reservations on particular board appointees, but we made a decision to move forward and go ahead and accept the board appointees because that was that board member appointee. I was the only one to vote in the opposition because my regards wanted to make sure that a staff member at that time would feel comfortable carrying out her role. We tabled the appointment of committees and to extend another 30 days to give citizens and board members ample time and for us to advertise because, as it's been stated and proven, it is hard to find volunteers to give their time. So we wanted to maximize citizen input because, and that's what we done. And that's what the video would reflect.
Okay, so I have one question for Ms. Gardner. Did we have people that did not turn in their applications for last year?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam Chair, may I speak?
yes.
My people were under the impression, and I have one who's nodding at me, my people were under the impression last year, as we made it a part of what we required, that they had to submit a request in writing that they wanted to continue or that they were qualified to participate. And I did the same thing this year, and I don't want any of my folks to think that I added a requirement that wasn't there, because it has been the requirement since I've been doing it. So I don't want anybody to think I added a requirement, because that was my understanding since we've been doing this, and that's why I want to make that clear. I did not make it a requirement. It was my impression that it was a requirement.
Madam Chair, may I just offer some comments to, I guess, give context to how I'm leaning toward voting? We've heard from Ms. O'Neill, who gives selflessly of herself and has firsthand knowledge of the lacking in the vacancy. And so at this point, with this having been such a long discussion and at times contentious and confusing, my recommendation is to approve, as I think Mr. Riddick is leading, anyone that our board members have appointed, and then consider the rest that have applied at all to fill vacancies, and also commit ourselves to revisiting, whether through the policy committee or a work session, our procedure for doing this to make sure that, number one, not only is it clear, because I do acknowledge the attorney has communicated to us what it says, but number two, making sure that it is accessible and effective for bringing people in, to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can and are aggressively pursuing community engagement and not just following tradition. And I'm not making that as an accusation. I'm just saying, I think at this point, when we've heard from a member of one of our committees and one that is, coded by the law, what their struggle is, I think we've got to pour the people in at this moment tonight, lock it in, and then moving forward, consider how do we shape, sharpen, and build what we have in place.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would also add to what Vice Chair Howell said. In the advertising of this, I would very much like to see this well advertised, not just once, not just twice, but as often as we can, because putting it out once or twice doesn't necessarily mean that people see it. I had to put it out on my page multiple times in order for the people that I deal with to know that it was there, because it gets lost in your feed. It goes away after a while. The division has the resources and the power to advertise this nonstop for several months if they want to, and I think that would cover our situation of, well, I didn't know, especially if we did due diligence in advertising it as well as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We ready to vote?
No, not yet. I need to get all the
Get the
names.
motion. Yeah, but would you please reread that for us, please?
Madam Chair, as Ms. Gardner is tallying, I do have one follow-up question. So I just want to make sure we're clear, because I heard the mentioning of other positions being filled by staff, since there's always staff members that also attend these meetings. So is the plan then for the board to vote on their appointees tonight, and then the remaining vacancies, since we do have some of our citizen advisory committees that can't go over 20 or can't go over 22, et cetera, to then be filled by staff? We will need some clarity on that as a part of your vote.
Madam Clerk, Madam
Yes.
Chair, sorry, I'm trying to get it right. I have the floor. Thank you.
Yes.
Attorney Waller, I have a question. It is stated that what took place November the 19th was not policy, but in the minutes from the clerk at that time, she read that it was the procedure in which the board chose to operate. Do we have to come back annually to reestablish that procedure? Because if that's not the case, it gives the authority, from my recollection, that all remaining vacancies will be filled by the staff.
That procedure or process that was voted on by the board at that meeting only applied to those committee appointments that were taking place at that time. So if you wanted that to be the process every year going forward, you would need to take a vote on that every year when you were going to make committee appointments,
Or make it policy?
or make it policy.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to add my 2 cents in. When we're talking about filling these committees, for the sake of this discussion tonight, I agree with filling it with all the appointees. But then there are additional, as has been stated for clarity, there are additional applicants who have applied. I would like to not go straight to staff. I'm assuming we would not do that. But after the appointees, then the next pool that would be drawn to fill these committees would be those that have applied that were not appointed. And then from there, I would take it as a third level to go to the committee heads who have made recommendations and to pull from that before we resort to simply filling with staff.
Okay.
Our problem,
Yes.
please pardon me for speaking out of turn. Our problem is twofold. Before we did this, people would just volunteer, and we didn't have a problem because people would just volunteer. Then when we decided to do this so that we had representation, there was nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong with that. We just decided to make sure we had one person from each borough. That was what we established, because we wanted to make sure every community was represented, every borough was represented. The rest of the filling of the committee was not something that we were trying to establish from up here. So it did come down to when and where we get the rest of the people from. The only thing that I see as a delay is right now we're delayed because we haven't been able to start the committee, because every time we go through this process, we delay another month. We, especially for SEAC, should have gotten started in June probably, to make sure in July, when we were supposed to start, we had things in place. And I know for the other committees, we should have gotten, we had a little bit of time, but for that one, it had to be in place by law, because it's established. They have rules that are established, and so we needed to have those things taken care of. So as we try to then add some more before we get to filling the committee, if our people that we have, our one person is set in place, we need to get the rest of the committee filled as quickly as possible, because they have subcommittees in their group, and I'm sure the other committees want to get to work
Yeah, absolutely.
since school has already started. I'm just saying, okay, that's my 2 cents worth.
Are we ready? Can you read it? Okay, thank you.
Names.
Yes.
Career and Technical Education Advisory Council, Dana Spruill, appointed by Heather Howell. Dr. Sherry Johnston, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Karen Hazelwood, appointed by Kimberly Slingloff. Valerie Fields, appointed by Dr. Brooks Buck. Gifted Education Advisory Committee, Dwayne Hoffler Foster, appointed by Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. Bonnie Bradshaw, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Nicole Barnes, appointed by Mr. Riddick. Christina Havlin, appointed by Kimberly Slingloff. Sylvia Bond, appointed by Mrs. Byram. Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, Stephanie Whitley, appointed by Kim Slingloff. Kristen O'Neill, appointed by Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. Terrence Jones, appointed by Karen Jenkins. Sierra Chavis, appointed by Mr. Tyron Riddick. And Christy Cole, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Parent Advisory Council, Title I, Rebecca Parker, appointed by Heather Howell. Shamika Dorsey, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Charlotte Brooks Dale, appointed by Kimberly Slingloff. Rimmel White, appointed by Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. School Health Advisory Board, Regina Tyndall, appointed by Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. Margaret Rankin, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Shayna Hollowell, appointed by Karen Jenkins. Mavis Miltier, appointed by Tyron Riddick. School Safety Audit Committee, Jonathan Rankin, appointed by Phyllis Byram. Rod Thompson, appointed by Kimberly Slingloff. Hermione Johnson, appointed by Dr. Judith Brooks Buck. Brandon Randleman, appointed by Mr. Tyron Riddick. And Travis McKinney, appointed by Dr. Dawn Brittingham. We ready to vote?
Yes, thank you.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Can
Board-
you reread the motion?
Oh.
Because there was so much discussion that
Would you please reread the motion, please?
The motion was made by Mr. Tyron Riddick and second by Dr. Brittingham to approve the appointees whether they submitted a letter of interest or not, and any citizens who submitted before or after the deadline be approved to serve on the committees. Is that correct? Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Now we will have a report by Dr. Brooks Buck, and I think, who's going first? Are you going first?
I'll go
Oh.
first, yes.
Now Vice Chair, on the National Organization's affiliation for 2024-2025 of the school year.
So we were tasked to compare and contrast the two major national organizations, COSPA and NSBA, and I offered to Dr. Buck to research COSPA. And so I just have a few slides to go over what I found. It's obviously stands for Consortium of State School Boards Associations. Yes. It was founded in 2021. It's headquartered in Springfield, Illinois, as all national organizations tend to pose. It's nonpartisan. It's currently, at the time of my research, which was in August, the largest national school board association. You can read I don't want to go over all of it, but I want to point out where it says annual dues. Those are our dues, our annual dues for VSBA, because what I found out from Gina Patterson, who is the director of VSBA, with our membership to VSBA, which is our state organization, we by default become members of COSPA. So there's not an additional fee for belonging to COSPA. We get the benefits of both organizations when we join VSBA, and Dr. Buck did point out that she could not find out how much of that $12,891.75 goes to COSPA, but I can affirm that we're already members of COSPA by default. The vision is up there for you all to see. I'm not going to belabor these points where I read it to you, but it's cultivating trust and confidence in public school governance. Not working. Uncle. Advocacy priorities, if you look at that, they're very similar to other national organizations. Mental health, prioritizing K through 12 public education, increasing funding for public education, teacher and admin recruitment and training, connectivity, which I know has been important in our community, especially during the pandemic, child nutrition, and then a focus on special education. There's a list here of the states that are currently members. Well, there. With, as you can see, Virginia's on there. Again, by default because of our membership with VSBA. And these are some of the these are some of the partnerships that COSPA has that sponsor some of the COSPA events and webinars. These are the three major events that COSPA hosts. They have an annual conference. The location moves around the state. The Federal Advocacy Conference, which is always in DC for obvious reasons, and then the Urban Boards Alliance Symposium, and that also moves around the nation, not the state, I'm sorry. And then in addition to that, they offer webinars and online training. Benefits of membership are what you would expect from a national organization. There's the collaboration and shared resources with other states, training and educational services through both the conferences and the webinars and online opportunities, federal advocacy support, access to the Urban Boards Alliance, and then in regard to literature, we get weekly emails, newsletters, if you will, from VSBA. our state organization, and COSPA has a weekly education report and a connections newsletter. And then they are, because obviously there's a collaboration between VSBA and COSPA, there's a built-in alignment with VSBA's position, which is our state school board association. I think that's the end of me. Yep. But we have to get into your, yeah.
When we talked about this, I was asked about, I know another school board member asked about an organization that they wanted to look at, different organizations, so I looked up both. I looked up the National School Boards Association as well as the Noah Webster Educational Foundation. So you'll see reports from both and how they align with what we do. Not moving anywhere.
I got
Oh,
you.
there you go. There you go. Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. NSBA has been known, and I saw both of them said this, the leading advocate for public education. You can move to the next slide. Their vision is this: each school board ensures that each student can reach their full potential through quality and equitable educational opportunities. And then the vision: to equip school board members with resources to advocate for each student in each community in partnership with other members. The background, and I won't read all of this because all of you have all of this if you want it. The background information has to do with the start of the organization, and I believe it began in 1940. It also has a magazine, the American School Boards Journal, which actually started in 1891, and I believe this was an outgrowth of this organization that started in 1940 as an outgrowth from this organization. Members are spread across the United States, the Virgin Islands, and Canada. NSBA is the only national organization representing school boards. Along with its member states and associations, members of public school districts representing locally elected school board officials, the organization serves millions of public school students and families. I also want to share with you, NSBA believes that public education is a civil right necessary to the dignity and freedom of American people, and that each child, regardless of their ability, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, identity, and citizenship, deserves equitable access to an education that maximizes their individual potential. They are nonpartisan. NSBA leads through working with members, affiliates, and stakeholders to advocate for high-quality public education and school board governance with executive, legislative, and judicial branches. NSBA regularly works with the administration and Congress on the common challenges facing all school board members, whether they reside in the largest cities or the most remote rural areas. And their challenges include providing support for historically disadvantaged students, increasing broadband access, closing the homework gap, ensuring that each classroom is staffed with highly qualified teachers, providing support for students with disabilities and mental health needs, and addressing learning recovery as a result of inequities already existing, but exacerbated by the pandemic. And they represent interest in federal and state courts and have already participated by supplying amicus briefs for federal cases for children, individuals with disabilities, and our students who are in our public schools who have disabilities. They have supported the idea and represented students in regular public school classes who are receiving or not receiving the services necessary. They've been advocates for us. When I participate with them, they have been advocates for us in helping us meet with legislators on a federal level who are not giving us the funds. That's been one of the biggest things, the funds that they promised in 1975. Their affiliates include the Center for Public Education, a conference on state associations, legislative staff, the Council of School Attorneys, the Council of Urban School Boards, that's CUBE, the National American Indian and Alaskan Native Council of School Boards, the National Black Council of School Board Members, the National Hispanic Council of School Board Members, the National School Boards Action Committee, and so on. You can read the rest. The Annual Conferences, Council of Urban School Boards, the National Connection, Equity Councils, and Council of American Attorneys. I'll let you read the rest. They believe in, of course, equity in education and ensuring the excellence in public education. And they believe that the legislative issues should be addressed. And some of the things that they continue to follow up with are the education, the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, and of course, any other connected, and the IDEA, any other things that are connected. They work through their congressmen, through the legislative branch and the judicial branch to follow through with this. Go on to the next slide, please. And their priorities include, as do COSBA's priorities, fully funding the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the idea of prioritizing student mental health, supporting increased funding for staffing needs, and increased funding for expanded broadband access. Okay? Now, the next group, and this was mentioned, so I looked it up. The Noah Webster Educational Foundation was the last big group. The Noah Webster Educational Foundation, the vision, go to the next one, to reclaim education and culture through foundational principles and sound policy. The mission, to educate and collaborate with individuals and organizations to tell the story of America's education and culture, identify foundational principles that improve them, and advance practice and policy to change them. All groups claim that they are nonpartisan. However, this group has the endorsement of a familiar governor, if you'll click that on. At the bottom, I'll show you that, and is listed as one of 89th of the 100 advisory groups to Project 2025. Contributions are requested, although I contacted them by phone and by email and cannot find the actual funding source. Other funding sources were not readily available on the website. And if you'll click the first link before, the one that says Noah Webster's Foundation message. You don't see his picture, but you heard his voice. It's Governor Youngkin is one of those persons who endorses this group. And then, of course, if you click the second link, you will find, you don't have to do it for the sake of time, you'll find the Project 2025 Advisory Board, which this group holds membership. You can go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Their priorities are breaking the government's monopoly on education. The government's one-size-fits-all approach doesn't always provide the best education opportunities for its citizens. And they really don't have priorities, but they had questions. I don't know how to state this other than I just copied what they had. How do I find states' homeschool requirements, transparency in the classroom, what do school boards do anyway, ways you can change your state's education laws and understanding America's educational roots. Those were the things that I found. The next slide has some familiar groups that you might see. The one to the left on the front, the chair is a former school board member here in Suffolk, and then some of the others are some of the groups that are also affiliated with Project 2025. That's what I found on there. Now, I'm done. We can, if you have questions, that's the last slide, about either one of the three of those that we found.
Thank you, both. You did a really good job. You get an A+. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I make a motion? I move that,
Oh, wait a minute, before we do that. We were not able, as Heather said, to find out which portion of our money goes to, of our money that we pay for VSBA goes to COSBA, but we were able to find out in looking at years of the account that our bill has not changed for VSBA. It's been $12,000 all the time. So we know that some portion of it goes to VSBA. We just don't know, goes to COSBA. We just don't know what it is. So in other words, our bill was $11,500 for VSBA plus $500 for policy, the policy piece that they give us. And then it became $12,000. And so even when we joined COSBA, even though that's a part of what we're paying for, we don't know exactly how much of that $12,000 goes for our COSBA membership. Okay, now we're done. Madam Vice
Chair. In light of all this information and our discussions this evening about pinching pennies and being frugal and good stewards of our money, I move that we maintain and build, for the time being, the relationship with COSBA, as it is already an affiliation of our state organization.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Just one thing, I didn't say how much NSBA costs. Over the years, we have paid the $12,000 to VSBA, and the $5,000 would be for NSBA. That's what we've paid. And that is the difference. That's where NSBA gets its funding from, its member organizations. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. You ready to vote? Okay.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
No.
Board Member Byram.
No.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we are moving on to the policies under unfinished business, may I make a motion that we accept all of the policies and vote on all the policies minus 2 that I would like to pull out and any others that anyone else would like to pull out?
Okay,
Second motion.
you were reading our minds. That's what we were going to do. Okay, it's been properly moved in second.
Is she going to indicate which one she's going to pull out
Yes.
first?
Oh, sorry about that.
So I move that we approve, do I need to state the exact numbers of the
Madam Chair, if I could just make a suggestion.
Yes.
Why don't you indicate those you want to pull out?
Okay. I would like to remove, let me look at it this way. Hold on. Ordinance 2425-25, entitled an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Article 6, Section 4-6.1, and also remove Ordinance 2425-27, an ordinance adding Chapter 4, Article 13, Section 4-13.1:1.
It's number 11 and 13.
Madam Chair, may I clarify? For those of us on the agenda, your motion is to approve all of the unfinished business with the exception of numbers 11 and 13 on the agenda. You said 25 and 27. So that's what I circled.
Yes. Was there any additional ones that anybody else wanted to remove?
Is that it?
Just one more.
Seconded again.
No, Dr. Brenham said she has her finger up.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I had a question on one of them. I wrote it down. Unfortunately, and looking at it now, it's not populating correctly, but it was the ordinance where we increased the threshold from, okay, 25.
No, 27. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 25 is correct.
And I'd also like to remove ordinance 2425-46. Ordinance 24/25-46.
And the one is correct. It's ordinance 2425-25. The one I had a question about.
Right, I had a question about that one.
Which one? I amend my motion to also include ordinance 2425-46.
Okay. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brenningham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Yeah. You speak to the ones that you wanted to be removed, please?
Would you like me to just make my motion? Regarding ordinance 2425-25 and ordinance amending Chapter 4, Article 6, Section 4-6.1 entitled Statement of Policy, Contractual Authority of School Superintendent, Contracts Not Requiring Sealed Bids or Competitive Negotiation of the Policies of the Suffolk City Public School Board. I move that we table this vote to a later meeting in order that we would receive a report from the superintendent detailing the purchases above the current $100,000 threshold that he has had to make during his tenure.
5 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. So according to that ordinance, I move that we table this vote to a later meeting in order that we would receive a report from the superintendent at our October meeting, perhaps, detailing the purchases above the current $100,000 threshold that he has had to make during his tenure. I can explain it. That's the motion, but.
We need a second before we can
Oh,
discuss
sorry,
it.
second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Now we're ready for discussion.
Madam Chair, may I explain the thought process here? What we have before us is a policy, a recommendation to increase the threshold of spending for the superintendent. This threshold would mean that these purchases that go up to this threshold of $200,000 and $300,000 in that range here would not need to come before the board for approval. And I understand that this was brought forth as a possibility that we could do this. I think maybe the state may have recommended, as well as VSBA, that this might be a possibility for consideration due to inflation. My question is how many times, I'd like to see how many times we as a school board, as a school system, our performance of operation has been inhibited due to not being able to make transactions that need to be made because of having to bring it to the board. So the necessity of this policy, this increase. I know during my time here on the board in the last 2 years, I can't think of any purchase that we were put out, the school system was put out in an emergency situation where the board couldn't approve it in time for the school system to continue operating and functioning optimally. So before we go and increase thresholds, I want to understand the necessity for increasing these thresholds, why this would be necessitated, how we are infringing upon optimal functionality of the school system by not increasing this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
as I think of the period that the superintendent has been here, we have gone through COVID, we've gone through a whole lot of things. We have gone through all sorts of situations where the supply line has been limited, where we've had to move to purchase things that we could not get, that we ordered in the first place, they didn't come through, they come through, and then we have to buy them. We cannot wait a month before we buy something that might not be available for another year if we don't buy it when we're supposed to buy it. We don't have one instance where the superintendent bought something, not one, regardless of the conversations that have gone on, that he bought something that he was not allowed to buy because that would have shown up in an audit. So my question would be why we need that, why we couldn't trust that his decision to purchase something would be out of the realm of appropriate.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
Trying to speak to this from the middle. I understand what Dr. Buck is saying, and I understand like the perception of the trust aspect of it. I also understand that one of Board Member Slingloff's very strong convictions is financial prudence. And can I clarify? Can I speak to her?
Sure.
Oh. You want to know how many times has he had to purchase something above the threshold and bring it to the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or did you just want to know how many times there was an emergency?
Both. I mean, how many times have those purchases where it was an emergency situation, that it was a hardship for him and for his team to continue with day-to-day operations because of having to wait for our school board approval?
I understand. I understand. And I personally have a hard time when a board member asks for information, denying that, though I understand both.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So it's a couple of things here. We don't have a problem doing the report, but the report should not hold up the action. So here's an example, Ms. Linda. I'm going to give you a couple of them. So we have a sinkhole, right? Been a big, huge topic for us. We've had sinkholes that we've had to have emergency repairs. If not, we will not be able to safely bring students into schools. Those sinkholes have varied from 100, 200. Wendy still has like 1.5 or 6 million that are still outstanding that we can't afford to fix right now, that are in areas that aren't detrimental to school operations. We had a chiller just break down at Kings Fork High School in in August. In August, school was hot. That's a good example. We had a roof that collapsed at Oakland Elementary School. We've had to fix other roofs and HVAC issues. I mean, if there is a new bid or process by policy and by code, I have to bring it to the board. These recommendations, and I think you said it, was based from VSBA on inflation and the increasing cost of goods and services. And anytime that we have had these large purchases, they are actually a part of the informational item of bills and spending that is at the bottom of each month. And I think you were present with us when we have detailed out at our joint meeting all of the sinkhole repairs that we had to do. When we have buses break down, I mean, if there is going to be a list that I'm expected to compile for the last 5 years, or Ms. Forsman's team is expected to compile, I mean, the list is actually there every time I communicate with you all and inform you that something is wrong. And if I had to wait 30 days, this means that Kings Fork High School, for example, would have been virtual. If we had to wait until the next school board meeting, Oakland Elementary School wouldn't have been able to attend school. So I'm just using those as some of the emergencies that do occur. And I had this conversation because we talked about it in policy review, and I had a conversation with Ms. Howell about this. And you're asking me for a list for things that I think you have a pretty good idea of what's actually happening. So if we have to continue to wait on, God, we're supposed to get some heavy rain next week. So anytime that we have that, we basically cross our fingers that we're not going to have a sinkhole. So anytime there's an emergency repair, Ms. Forsman's team tries to find the funds to be able to get it done, with the reminder that we don't have any preventative maintenance funds. So we have, and this is why we've had to prioritize on why some projects have not been able to be completed. So I don't really have a problem giving you or reminding you of the report, but to use the report to justify the action, I think is where my concern is. Because we have to be able to have school. We have to be able to have an area where buses can pull in properly, students and staff can walk on our property without having an issue. This may have been before you got on the board, but when we had the first conversation about sinkholes, we actually showed a video to the board of one of Mr. Napier's electricians walking on the sidewalk into the grass and falling into a sinkhole. I mean, that's the type of concerns that we've had. We're lucky she didn't break her leg. That's the type of concerns that we've had that have to be fixed like immediately. Like he actually has the company on speed dial because we can't just shut off or shut down that entire part of the school. So I wanted to be able to provide you that perspective of just some of the examples of some things that we've had to spend some money on, and we're doing that without having preventative maintenance funds to be able to support it.
Madam Chair, Dr. Gordon, if I may ask, does this, or Attorney Waller, better yet, does this policy refer only to emergency purchases? In a situation where you would have to make a snap decision and rather than waiting 30 days?
It refers to any purchase that does not require sealed bidding. So it could be an emergency purchase. It doesn't have to be an emergency purchase. It could just be something that does not have to go out for bid.
If I may just add another comment, and then I'll yield to you. My personal perspective on this is if the report is not an issue, we've talked about before bills and finance, payroll, and separating out just the board categories and how difficult that is for us since it's not a workable document. So if the report is not an issue, I, from my vantage point, feel like it's a benefit to have that information in the hopes of making the full board comfortable with something rather than remaining split on another financial decision. That's just my thought.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
You know, I'm sorry. It's very difficult for me to sit knowing what a superintendent has to do. And I'm sure it's because of my background in training and having trained superintendents to know what the job entails. To sit and not say, if you have to do a job, you have to do it. And I'm looking at the staff, looking at us like, what in the world? You have a budget, and when you approve that budget, as long as you stay within the parameters of the budget and not spend over the budget, if it is something that can be without a bid, you can consider that somebody considers it okay. If it requires a bid, then apparently it's time. There's a time allotment or time is allowed to do it. But if it doesn't require a bid, we either have to trust the person we hire to do the job that he is paid to do or not. But we have to quit this because this doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and we cannot table decisions. He has explained, and thank you very much for just giving us examples, and every month we get a report, pages-long reports with what we have to do. So to spend time going back 5 years of how many sinkholes we had, when we know how many we have because he puts that down in the report for us, we get that information of what we have to do. So it's not like it's hidden from somebody's sight because everybody gets that. So my concern is, why are we doing this when we already have this? It's not like it's being kept from us. It is reported to us. If the roof is falling in, it's an emergency, and there's not time for a school board meeting, and we have to trust the people that we have to make the decision to get it repaired and to spend the money as we trust. And so I'm asking if we can just trust the people to do the job, and let's go along with it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I, just with all due respect to everyone's different opinions, there's a motion that's been made and seconded. If the will of the board is not to do this, then the board can shoot it down and we can put another motion on the floor.
Madam Chair, to just, because I want to just clarify one point. So this policy itself actually speaks to the process, not the actual purchase. Like the superintendent is always going to have the ability to enter into contracts, right? I can go into contracts without the board. But if there's anything before it is signed that is over that threshold, it has to be brought to the board. The $300K that they're talking about in this policy allows us to do small purchasing procedures. For the examples I gave are emergencies, because to be honest, and Ms. Forrest, I'm going to call you to the podium just for one clarity. To be honest, that is like 90% of our small purchasing procedures is when we have emergencies. So the policy actually is really dealing with the process. And I'm sorry, Dr. Braham, I'm sorry. Ms. Forrest, was it something that you wanted to be able to add to that, in case there was something that I'm forgetting to share with the board about how we have used this process in the past?
I just want to add to the discussion that it doesn't matter whether it's $100,000, $500,000, $5. We're looking to buy the best we can buy for the least amount of money. We still have to follow procurement. Anything over $50,000 has to have procurement. And when we do go out for RFP and we come back to this board with a contract that we'd like to award, you generally see that and vote on it anyway. What this will allow Dr. Gordon to do when, for instance, this chiller that just went out in August, it has a long lead time. So if we had had to come to this board in August, we would have had to wait till September to purchase it, to get it under contract. Then they would have to order it, and it would be 6 or 8 more weeks before it came in. And you can see how quickly that's going to add up. So really all this is doing is allowing us to increase that threshold in order to purchase things, mostly emergency. We really don't purchase these kinds of things unless it's an emergency, because I don't like surprises. And so we either budget it and we know we're getting it, like software and things like that. Zero Eyes, I think, was $80,000. You all knew all about that. Dr. Gordon had been here and talked to you about that, even though it wasn't even over $100,000. Whenever we do something like this, 90% of the time, it is something that is an absolute emergency. The Oakland incident that Dr. Gordon talked about happened on the 28th of June. I couldn't get a board member. Every board member that year was out at a conference. What was I supposed to do with that if we couldn't have purchased and gotten someone who was already under contract to get that roof going, because we had just the summer to get it done? And those kinds of things take a lot of time. So you're really not doing anything that we're not already doing, because when it's an emergency, we can post it and keep going and go ahead and purchase it anyway. This really is just saying that you're giving a specific threshold of things that you want to come to the school board. And remember that we still have to follow all procurement. We have to follow all the rules regardless of the cost.
Okay, can we vote now? We have more to go. We're ready to vote? Can we reread the motion?
The motion was made by Board Member Slingloff and second by Board Member Dr. Brittingham to table the vote until a later meeting to receive a report from the superintendent detailing purchases made above the current $100,000 threshold that he has had to make during his tenure. Is that
Okay.
correct?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that was correct. I think one specification that we discussed, though, on that was to not only list those purchases, but denote which ones were an emergency situation where this policy created a hardship.
Okay. So do you need to add that, Ms. Gardner?
Okay, where am I adding that? What is your motion again, your full motion?
I move that we table this vote to a later meeting in order that we receive a report from the superintendent detailing the purchases above the current $100,000 threshold that he has had to make during his tenure, denoting any purchases that were delayed due to this current policy. Here's my point. Ms. Forsman just spoke about the chiller. I didn't see anything about a chiller come to us. Apparently, the chiller, whatever the purchase was, this policy didn't inhibit us from taking care of the problem. You're asking that we up from $100,000 to $300,000 threshold. If we aren't incurring hardship in our division in executing the purchases that we need to execute in order to keep the functioning of the school system running smoothly, then if this $100,000 policy has not created hardships, why are we jumping at $200,000 more? That's my question. That's what I'm trying to understand. If the chiller, there was an issue, you made the purchase, you went ahead and made the purchase, it didn't have to come before us, then obviously this policy did not create a hardship at a $100,000 threshold. So why are we now moving the threshold from $100,000 to $300,000 if I see no reason for increasing that to $300,000 because nobody's made it apparent that this $100,000 has created a hardship? That's the bottom line. If there's no hardship with the current policy as it is, why are we now releasing another $200,000 option to purchase up to $300,000 without board approval? This is our oversight and our governance. If you can't create a case for me to say why this policy has to be changed so that we can operate smoothly within our school division, then I don't see the need to increase this. That's what I'm trying to get at with seeing this report. I want to see the supportive evidence as to why we need to increase from $100,000 to $300,000 based upon historical evidence that this policy at a $100,000 threshold has created a hardship for our staff.
Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
No.
Board Member Byram?
No.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
No.
Motion passed.
Did you have another one?
Yes. I'll make the motion and then we can go from there with discussing. But I move that we send ordinance 2425-27, an ordinance adding Chapter 4, Article 13, Section 4-13.1:1, entitled When Buildings Unsuitable for Present Use, Viewpoints from Community, Other Uses Considered of the Policies of Suffolk City School Board, back to the Policy Review Committee. The adjustment that I would like to make to this policy is under the first paragraph, where the very last sentence states that the school board may consider the following factors among others when considering a property. I would like that to be changed to state that the school board shall or will receive a report containing the following factors among others.
Made a shall.
No, it doesn't say will or shall. It says that the school board may consider
Right.
the following factors. I would like the school board to receive a report considering it, that they will receive a report. But the motion's on the floor, and so it needs to be seconded, I guess.
Second.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
my reasoning is I think this policy makes good sense. If what has historically happened, if something comes to us a week before our school board meeting, and there's a resolution about a property or something, and that we want to take action on a property, sometimes those of us who are not a chair or vice chair or involved in great discussion at great length with the superintendent, we may not be aware of what is coming to the table with regards to a property. If we are making a decision on whether we are retaining a property, whether we are releasing a property, whether we wanted to sell a property or anything considering any property that is an asset to Suffolk Public Schools, I believe it's only prudent and wise that the board have a list of all of these items given. Not that they can have it, but they should be given it at that point, a list with all the information pertaining to this property, so their decision can be a sound, informed, wise decision, and it's not just a random decision without education. So this is a request. I'm asking not that the board should consider these things, but that the board would be given a report whenever a property is coming towards us for consideration.
Madam Chair, I would add to that we put a time frame of a minimum of 30 days before it is going to appear on an agenda that the board members receive this report.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's been moved and seconded, right? So it's time for
It's
discussion.
time. Yes.
Nobody gets this but the public 7 days in advance. Everybody gets this earlier than that who would like to vote on it, because when it's time to vote on it, that's a second reading unless it's an emergency. When it's an emergency, because the Policy Review Committee recommended that it come out immediately from the Policy Review Committee as soon as we go through a policy, that the board members get it so that they have time to look over it. If this is a second reading for action, this didn't just come out 7 days in advance. You want a report in advance of the policy, I understand that. But if a building is being shut down for some reason, we have had some information on that building unless it was shut down years before you joined the board. For instance, if we're talking about something like Driver, it was shut down years before you joined the board. If we're talking about something like Freeney Avenue, it's been old for a long, long time and had its problems. It was about to fall in. So those kinds of things have been available. So I guess my question would be, are we talking about a report on a building that is unusable, unsuitable for use for its present purpose, unsuitable for use as a school? We don't get that 7 days in advance. We get that long before we shut the facility down. So I'm not understanding the report that's required, other than we knew when we shut down a building that we had a building to replace it, or another thing to replace it, or another place for us to go if the building, if we couldn't use the building. So that was my question. What report are we talking about?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify and correct based on recent circumstances with the Freeney Avenue building. It wasn't a policy that we voted on, it was a resolution.
Right.
And that is not a first and second read. That's just on the agenda that we get a week in advance. Now, there may be chatter in the community and amongst board members about this, but there's not a first and second read on it. And so, you know, to Mr. Riddick's point, he didn't want to get rid of it. I trusted and understood, like, we couldn't use it, but I think it is reasonable that all 7 of us have an understanding of why we're releasing an asset.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Freeney Avenue has been unavailable for use for, I don't know how many years, but Freeney Avenue has been difficult. We could only use it as a storage place for many years. Before I got on the board, it wasn't a good and healthy place. We were looking for some other place because we've been working on this new building for years and years and years, and it wasn't a place. We'd have to tear it down to use it for anything and build whatever we were going to build there. So are we talking about the property or the facility? Because the property wasn't even good for what we were
Madam
using.
Chair.
Madam,
Yes.
which one you recommend?
I'm looking at you, Mr. Riddick.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think anytime we declare surplus property, the board should be made aware 30 days in advance. I don't care if it's just a vacant lot or building, because what we have to do going forward is be strategic how we use our resources, be it financial, human, or physical property. For an example, we're talking about a maintenance building. It was suggested, not maintenance, school administrative building. It was suggested that we could possibly renovate drivers as well. It was an idea. I didn't say the person want to push forward, but it was an option that we as a board, we very well can seek to look into. Here's a property that's adjacent to a sizable public parking lot, still centrally in Suffolk, on the bus route. That could have been an option. We didn't get enough time. It was pulling teeth to even get us to understand that, one, we don't have to turn it back over to the city, that there was another option that we could have sold the land. And that came out through the opinion. So I'm in favor of the recommendations coming forth. I don't see this as tying our hands. This is putting the day-to-day operations back into the hands of the superintendent, because the superintendent determines how the building is used and those things. And we just move off the recommendations that is being given to us. But a recommendation without the data behind it, it is not a fruitful or a decision that it's not a decision that can be backed up if you're asking questions. It's he said, she said, like I was saying all meeting long, you know, we want to be able to report back to the data, back to the information, evidence-based. This is why we're making this decision. For an example, the Freeney Avenue, we knew it had issues, but I can say some of those same issues that exist at Freeney exist at other schools that is currently in service. So any surplus property should come to this board within 30 days, not within 7 days about a resolution to turn over property, because even with that process, we had to go back and iron out some details on following policy.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Please read the motion again, please.
Board Member Slingluff moved, and it was seconded by Dr. Brittingham to send ordinance 2024/25-27, an ordinance adding Chapter 4, Article 13, Section 4-3 13.1:1, back to the Policy Review Committee for an adjustment to the first paragraph, last sentence. Is that correct?
And what was the adjustment?
The adjustment, and I can put it in writing as has been requested from the Policy Review Committee, the adjustment which I would like to have made is that last sentence, instead of stating the school board may consider the following factors, among others, it would state the school board shall receive a report containing the following factors, among others. And in addition, adding in within in 30 days in advance of a vote.
Okay.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
No.
Board Member Byram?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Yes. So the final ordinance, ordinance 24-25-26.
I can't hear
you. Sorry. Ordinance 24/25-46. The new paragraph that is added into that, my understanding is that the wording in it is incorrect. It needs to go back to policy review. The language is inappropriate. Those doing restraints must be up to date on training, and that's not mentioned in what is stated there.
Okay, so what do you want?
So
what do
I'm
you want
I'm
to
asking
say?
it to go back to policy review to fix the language.
Oh, so you're going to write it down, so they will?
Yes, I will send you an email. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion to send this ordinance back to the Policy Review Committee to fix the language in Section B, to refer, or to clean it up, to make sure that those that are doing the restraints must be up to date on their training.
Mayor, I believe that's included in the part of it that says that it's done in accordance with the policy and the Virginia Board of Education regulations governing the seclusion and restraint. It's included in their rules governing the policy that people have to have had the training and it be up to date.
That is correct. That's why the reference is made to the Virginia Board of Education regulations governing the use of seclusion and restraint.
The other problem with this is that it needs to go through the SEAC committee. We've already had one policy that has come through here recently that did not go through as per the guidelines to the SEAC committee to review. So my request would be, not only does it need to have the language cleaned up, but it also needs to the policy review committee needs to send it to SEAC for them to give input.
So Attorney Waller just said that it's saying exactly what you're saying.
It has
It has the language.
the language, and it has.
It does have the correct language, but the other area that the board member is making reference to is to have it reviewed by SEAC before you actually vote on it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Wall, just for clarification, this policy is not just for special education students. Am I correct in assuming that?
You are correct. It's not just for special needs students. It applies to all students. But of course, you could have special needs students that could be subject to physical restraint.
Madam Chair, with that said, do we need a separate policy that specifically addresses the restraint of special ed students? how do we handle that then when SEAC is supposed to lay eyes on policies that affect their students? And this doesn't overtly say that, but it's assumed and implied.
I see no problem with tabling it and allowing SEAC to review. But as long as it's in accordance with the state regulations for reviewing it, I don't think we have a problem with it, but I have no problem, once we've established the SEAC committee, which we just did tonight, allowing SEAC to look at it. I think that's a good idea and give us some recommendations with regard to students with disabilities. But I have no problem with tabling it and letting them review it and give us a report back. There's not a
Madam Chair,
suspense date.
I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to amend my motion to say that I'd like to table this ordinance until SEAC has had an opportunity to review it and make recommendations to the Policy Review Committee.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, it's properly moved and second. Can we vote, please?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, so all the ones that were pulled out have been taken care of,
Paying our bills.
except for Pan, right. And now we voting on for new business. Capital improvement plan. So we had our tallies. Am I doing it? You're gonna do it? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Ms. Gardner and the board members for submitting your priority of ongoing for CIP 2026 through 2035. Ms. Gardner explained to both Ms. Jenkins and I that she took tallies based on individual board member rankings, and the majority of the tallies is what determined the actual priority for all buildings. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear as we were moving forward with this. For ongoing priority number 1 remains John F. Kennedy Middle School. Priority number 2 is Northern Shores, 4 2s and 2 3s. And as we already know, that design process is underway. For College and Career Academy at Pruden, that was number 3, 3 3s, 1 4, 1 5A, and 1 9. So the majority were 3s. For Elephants Fork Elementary, priority number 4, it was 1 3 and 4 4s. For Kilby Shores Elementary, would be priority number 5. There were 4 5s and 2 5As. For priority number 6 will be Forest Glen Middle School, 1 5, 2 5Bs, and 3 6s. For priority number 7, Nansemond Parkway Elementary School, it is 2 6s, no, I'm sorry, 1 6, 1 6A, 3 7s, and 1 9. So that is for Nansemond River High School addition, it is priority number 8, 2 7s, and 4 8s. For John Yates Middle School, it is priority number 9. It is 1 6B, 1 7, 1 8, and 3 9s. Also at priority number 9, the School Administration Office for Phase 2 at the Operations Center site, 1 3A, 1 4A, 1 4B, 1 6, 1 8, and 1 9. So because the other ones had more numbers that were more than that, it fell to number 9. Board members, as you noticed, there were a total of 6 tallies that I read off that Ms. Gardner had collected. Ms. Jenkins, if there's anything you want to add. Is it 7? I'm sorry. 7, I'm sorry.
Yes, there were 2 9s.
2 9s. Thank you. No, I mean, Six tallies.
It was like,
Somebody didn't get counted.
Madam Chair, may I speak? I believe I'm the one that didn't get counted. I did? I just want to make sure, because we're only 6.
She corrected, she said 7.
Okay.
You on the last
Well, the
one,
numbers he
school
gave only
administrator?
totaled to 6. Yeah, but, the numbers that was totaled, it equivalent to 6 ones
all
coming
of
in the sheet. It wasn't 7.
Can I read mine? Want me to read the one I have?
and we're talking about the gray area.
The total number of tallies that you had for each.
Yes, what I gave you were the order number, Mr. Riddick gave me his while the meeting was in session. So I did add that in, but it didn't change the order at all, it just made 2 number 9s.
Okay.
But I can read them off if you like.
If it didn't change, I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, the reason why I raised it, because in the tallies there, when you add the tallies together, 2 number for this one and 4 for that one, it is 6. And it should be 7. So as a point of privilege, I know we're not under Robert rules, but that's the terminology I can think of. I have a lot going on. I was in a meeting with the chair and the attorney at my request, and I forgot to come out and hand it back in. Not saying that I wasn't asked to hand it back in. I'm human. I forgot, and when I realized it at 8:17, I turned it in. So it was not a anything on the clerk or anyone like that. It was on me, but I did turn it in time for it to be tallied together, and it was. It just was not read aloud. Did I get everything correct? I just want to make sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And so thank you for that. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Riddick. Ms. Gardner, I just want to be clear because you had given us the sheets before Mr. Riddick had turned it in. With Mr. Riddick's numbers, it does not change any of the orders, correct?
No, 1 through 9 stayed the same. The number 10 that was on your sheet became number 9. So there were 2 number 9s, that's all.
Okay.
Repeat that?
Okay, are we ready to vote? Need a motion?
Could we ensure that the tallies, is that going to be part of the minutes and record? If it is going to be a part of the minutes and records, I want it to reflect the accurate numbers, including my sheet, although it does not change the ranking.
Okay, so we need our clerk to go in and put in whatever one you,
Right, but she said it didn't change the ranking, so we can go ahead and vote on that. I just want it to be stated on record that I'm asking that the tally part of that's going to be a part of the record, that will reflect, including my sheet, along with my explanation as to why it was not turned in a timely manner. I'm holding myself accountable.
thank you for that. Okay, are we ready for a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's a lot of seconds. It's been properly moved and second. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And we have the resolution 2024-25-8, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, approving the 2020-24 triennial assessment regarding Suffolk Public Schools, implementing of the wellness policy. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second. Sorry, who's second?
I did.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, according to this report, in the section under standards and nutrition guidelines for all foods and beverages sold, The second item, it states that we've implemented smart snack nutrition standards for all items sold during school hours, including a la carte offerings, items in school stores, and items in vending machines. And the mark that is under here for this assessment is that it's fully in place. I did go online and look to see what those smart standards were. You have to feed in, barcodes and things, but it does have a list of things, the requirements of what it needs to meet with regards to dairy and vegetables or fruits or things as the first ingredients. But I did do a double check with several people that I know that are in schools or that have kids in the schools, and from at least 2 schools, I've been told that the kids have access, and this has come out in town halls twice now, that I've been a part of, that kids have access to cookies, chips, ice cream, Rice Krispie treats on a regular basis in school. And some of the things that we've heard, and I know I'm not the only one that has been in these town halls to hear this, but some of the things that we have heard is that some of the teachers even that have been in our town halls have made comments about the kids eating a lot of junk and not eating their school lunches, but eating snacks from the vending machine that are high in sugar, including these cookies and then the chips and things, and not their behavior being affected by it. So I'm wondering how this assessment can state that it's fully in place, that we're adhering to the smart snack nutrition standards if we are selling chips, Rice Krispie treats, cookies, and oftentimes ice cream for the kids.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call Ms. Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer, to the podium. I wish we also had Dr. Whiting. If I would have known about this question earlier, I would have had Dr. Whiting remain. But one of the things, as Ms. Podium is coming to the podium, it is the requirements of what is actually sold, the requirements for the availability are 2 separate things. So I want to make sure that that is clear. And students' choice, the first things that the cafeteria staff must do is provide them the balanced meal that meets the FDA nutritional standards. So Ms. Forsman, can you expand on that so that Ms. Slingloff has a greater understanding?
Sure. For vending machines, we have vending machines for adults, and they're in areas for adults. The offerings of the Food and Nutritional Services Department during school, during lunch, during breakfast are all based on the USDA's requirements. So they're meeting those requirements. They cannot sell things that don't meet those requirements. If they're getting Rice Krispie treats and things, I'd like to know where they say they're getting them from, because we're not selling those kinds of things through Food and Nutritional Services. So I really would like to know where those things are coming from, because I am not seeing them on anything that we're purchasing. When I'm talking to Dr. Whiting about things, we're talking about where does this come from? What is this meat and which things are we offering? And so he has to offer certain things, and they only can be certain amounts of sugar, certain amounts of sodium, those kinds of things. So I'd really like to know where some of those folks feel like those things are coming from. The vending machines are for the adults, is what we've got those from.
Madam Chair, may I speak? Is it possible that kids have access to the vending machines in the schools? Because what I have heard, and it has been on more than one occasion, in a town hall again, I'll state it, and also from speaking with people within the school and people who have students in the school, that kids have access to these items, and they're eating these items, and they're foregoing their nutritious lunch to eat the snacks, and they're wired up with sugar and things in the classes because they're not on a healthy diet. So even though we may be providing everything we need to provide through the cafeteria, through Food and Nutritional Services, if there is any other opportunity that is not governed well and the kids have access to it, my curiosity is how would they get that? Is there some way then maybe we need to look at policy to make sure that these kids are not getting access to us, because it has come from multiple different occasions from multiple different people to my attention, so somehow they're getting it. I'm not in the schools to see it, but somehow they're getting it.
And they're buying it at school, they're not bringing it from home, is what you're hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I
Madam
will certainly
Chair.
go back to Dr. Whiting, and we can look at where the vending machines are located, but from what my understanding where these vending machines are located in the schools is that they're located in areas like teacher pods and things like that. So students would have to be entering those areas that they shouldn't be in to get these items. Now, again, I'm not at the school to police that, but I still would like to know which schools and where people believe they're coming from.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to offer more insight, Ms. Forsman, I was at one of the town halls Kim's referring to, and we had both an elementary parent and an elementary teacher, I believe from her borough, that spoke up and said, my kids are buying all this stuff, and their lunch account has all these charges on it. They're not eating the free food that is healthy. They're eating all this junk, and then they go to class, and they're just off the chain. I don't recall which teacher it was, but I remember that she was on Kim's end of town because we had a joint town hall a couple times. And then the parent, I believe, was someone in my borough. But I would have to backtrack at least a year.
Oh, I can certainly, I mean, like I
figure
said, I'll
that
go back
out.
and look where these vending machines are. I'll speak with Dr. Whiting about it again. You know, some schools have school stores, and I'm not sure what they're offering in those because sometimes the PTAs are running those and other organizations are running those stores. So I don't know what they're selling there, honestly. I don't have any access to that, so I don't really know. I do know that we often get things for fundraisers, and on every single one that is not part of the food nutritional plan, I write on there, cannot be sold or delivered during the instructional day. And we expect them to adhere to that. So we do try to police it as best we can, but if you ever get these kinds of things, please report them to us so that we can look into them.
Madam Chair, I'd like to also weigh in and say that I've heard very similar stories from people inside of my borough as well, families, not just at the elementary level, but middle and high school, where students are making choices to purchase things that are being sold during lunchtime or during break time that they have access to versus, choosing to eat the nutritional breakfast, nutritional lunch, that these children are either bringing money to school or, yes, putting it on their school accounts as well. Thank you.
Okay. So, are we ready to vote? Or can you read the motion?
Board Member Byram moved to approve Resolution 2024/25-8, and it was seconded by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Thank you.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Pay the bills, Karen.
Now we're doing bills and payroll.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the bills and payroll.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion? Let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we will have comments by board members. Dr. Brittingham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I want to congratulate all of those that were recognized in the Good News Report, students and teachers that are doing exceptionally wonderful things. Thank you. We have started off the school year well, and my prayer for you is that you will continue throughout the year to be the amazing achievers I know that you are. A couple things that I want to address tonight, starting with the bills and payroll. Occasionally, I return to this conversation in my comment time just so that my constituents continue to know why I don't approve it. I have issues. I continue to have issues. I asked questions early on. I was shut down. I monitor the bills and payroll every month, and I continue to have questions. This month, my questions kind of fell inside of several categories, but the one that stood out the most to me was the food and nutritional services. And so would really be nice to be able to ask the questions that gave details and broad explanations. But until such time, I will continue to vote my conscience and vote in a way that represents the voice of my constituents. The second thing I wanted to talk about tonight was I have had several individuals inside several schools come to me and share with me that their walkies are not working. In the advent of what happened in June at Kilby Shores, I would think that we would want to make sure that if we have access to walkies, that we're providing not just our administrators, but hopefully our classroom teachers. It is one more line of defense and communication provided to our educators in case of an emergency. And hearing that they don't either have access to them or they're broken or both is very concerning. School safety is very much the center point of one of the things that I'm a strong advocate for. And being that what happened in Kilby Shores happened in my borough, and I had a lot of families come and speak to me about it. I had educators talk to me about it. I'm going to advocate for school safety. I'm going to advocate for strong security measures. And so moving forward, I would like to know that these walkies are functional and that we have access to them. It could make the difference between life and death. And so I hope moving forward that we can ensure that these walkies are functional and accessible and that educators can have access to it if they need to. I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different parents in this last month, not just about one topic, but many topics. A lot of families concerned trying to have their kids in the right classes, particularly high school level, schedules being amiss and awry. And what I've told many of these families is, one, be patient. The beginning of the school year is always a little bit trying because there's a lot of changes that sometimes happen. Make sure that you reach out to the appropriate people at your school and let them know what your scheduling concerns are. But more than anything, you just have to be patient because sometimes you're not the only cog in the wheel, and you're not the only family that has a scheduling issue. Most of those situations, I think, will have worked themselves out here within the next week or so. But I just want the constituents to know I am here. I am available. You know how to reach me. I want to listen to your concerns. I also know that there's a process in place. You know, when there is an issue, when there's a concern, I'm always going to ask you, have you reached out to your classroom teacher first? Have you reached out to the administration? Have you followed the correct process? And so with that, I will say good night. Thank you.
Mr. Riddick?
Oh, okay, thank you. I didn't know we was doing that. But I will say I'm super excited. Today is a good day for me. I want to continue to say thank you to all of the Suffolkians in the historic Suffolk Borough for their continued support and the efforts that we have been doing in and out of our borough. We have been having a lot of community meetings, and we have been putting boots to the ground. Talk is cheap. We've been putting our sweat equity in the game. So with that being said, parents and stakeholders, starting in the month of October, can't remember the date, but the first Wednesday in October, we will be doing tutoring throughout the city in strategic locations. We're launching our own homework help centers. We will be doing tutoring in the core content areas of English, math, as well as science. I'm super stoked about it. I'm just super excited. Also, I want to give a big thank you and shout out to all of those business and community stakeholders who supported our third annual Riddick for Suffolk Back to School Supply Giveaway. We were able to give 100 Suffolk Public School students backpacks and school supplies. And then we also have 50 more backpacks and school supplies that we're going to donate to one of the schools in our city next week. My heart is overwhelmed with joy because I have been receiving a lot of responses from our teachers, our parents as partners, and from our students who is commending the work that is going on in the historic Suffolk Borough. I'm not here just to be status. I'm here to serve, and I'm glad that I'm able to do so. I will be letting you know that we will be having 2 additional town halls coming up, and we are also planning a fall festival in the historic Suffolk Borough. Information is coming. And in closing, I do want to say that we are still moving forward with our bidding forum that we're going to have. It's a Q&A, not Q&A, but an informational session where various small businesses who operate in the city of Suffolk or Suffolk base, or it's open to the public, can come out and learn about procurement, learn about getting their certifications with the state commission, as far as whether small business, minority business, women in business, that will help you be eligible to bid or at least know the process for state bids, whether it's local, school, or city. This is not endorsed by the Suffolk City School Board. Neither is it endorsed or sponsored by Suffolk City Public Schools. This is something that Tyron for Suffolk is putting on because we want to make sure that the information is readily available to anyone who would like to obtain it. Once again, in closing, thank you for your support. Take care. Have a wonderful and blessed school year.
Ms. Lingloff?
Well, good evening. So I just want to thank everybody that has helped to make the beginning of this school year a success. So that starts out with, first of all, our administration who have put things in place and trained and done all the preparation that they needed to do for the teachers, getting them ready, getting our buildings ready, and everything in order. I want to specifically thank our teachers for coming back with enthusiasm and energy and for serving our students so well. And I want to thank the parents and the students for their grace and for their patience as we, kick off this year. I'm sure there's little details along the way that have needed to be ironed out. But a specific thing tonight that I want to highlight are all the PTAs. It was mentioned earlier tonight, all the PTAs in the school system, all the parents and that have invested themselves in the schools, all the teachers that have invested themselves to go above and beyond to really pour back into their schools through the PTAs. I'm really excited this year because Hill Point has launched a new PTA, and I want to personally just acknowledge Charlotte Brooks Dale and her team of 6, and I'd go through all the names, but I don't want to miss anybody. But there were six other people that have come alongside of her, that they worked tirelessly this summer, the end of last spring, to pull together a PTA at Hill Point Elementary. I had the privilege of participating in that meeting earlier this week, and I loved it. I'm very excited about what they're going to do, to the point where I'm going to be joining the PTA and get active there at Hill Point Elementary School, so I'm really excited about that. I enjoyed it so much that I've gone online and I have volunteered through the Raptor system to serve in all of our schools. So I'm hoping to be able to get in and serve, whether it be in the cafeteria or greeters or somewhere at the schools in my borough, so that I can just support the staff, support the students, and ultimately the parents, because that's what it's all about. And I'm a team player in this. So that is my highlight. However, I need everybody to get a pen or a pencil ready, and if you don't have one now, come back to the end of this to write this down later, because one of the most important things that I learned at this PTA meeting earlier this week was about a Cooper Hurley here locally in town is putting on where you can vote for a school. So if you do a search for Vote for Hampton Roads School, Cooper Hurley has a donation that they are going to make to 3 schools, and it's anywhere in Hampton Roads, Nobody in Suffolk received it last year or the last couple of years, but the very first place donation is a $10,000 donation. The second donation is a $3,000 donation, and the third one is a $2,000 donation. And my hope and my campaign right now is that we would have all three of those donations donated to Suffolk Public Schools. So you can only vote once according to an email, but as many emails as you have in your household, you can vote for a school. So please look up Cooper Hurley's Vote for a School. That's Cooper Hurley, Vote for a School. Or you can do a search for Vote for a Hampton Roads School and put in there the schools that you want to vote for. And hopefully we will get at least a few, if not all three of those donations to Suffolk Public Schools. So thank you, and you will have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Mrs. Bauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments. I want to commend the I Teach program, which was mentioned in the Good News report this evening. I think Ms. Dickens mentioned that we had 44 participants so far, and 6 have been hired. I know that's helping Dr. Avery quite a bit with hires, and I do see that as a way for us to grow our own, and that is a wonderful program. I commend that for its support, and we are just beginning. That's just the beginning of that. Kudos to the superintendent, the staff, all the employees on a great beginning for the 24-25 school year. I thank everyone for their dedication and their continued diligence to do the best that they can for our students. That's very important. I ask that individuals who believe in prayer, as I do, would pray each day for the safety of our students. We know that's a major concern every day in the news, and we've just been blessed in many ways. And we hope that this will continue for us, that we will receive this blessing of safety. I commend Mr. Ross Boone for his comments this evening. He made some very wonderful statements. He said you need to solve your problems before you come to the board meeting. You need to prepare, and you need to conduct yourself expeditiously and professionally. And I think all of us need to take heed to those things. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Thank you. I too want to congratulate all of those persons who were recognized today for their achievements, especially our students. I want to say congratulations to our staff for the great start that we had this year. I didn't know how things were going to go at the beginning of the year because we started early. As I heard the comments from some folks about the good things that happened in Suffolk, I was about letting people know about what was happening in Suffolk. I passed out some papers because while I didn't write it in the Suffolk News Herald, I wrote it in Suffolk Happenings. I was given the front page to write a story about the positive things happening in Suffolk, and so I did. And it was with my city councilman, so I'm somewhat amazed and then taken aback when people say we don't get along with city council. My councilman and I have been close for the last 12 years. We've never had a problem, and I actually knew him about 25 years ago when we were working with a community of people who were having difficulty, poor people who needed help. So I don't know where that comes from, but I suspect I know, and it's furthered, but it's not true. And so many of us are very close to the persons who we are connected with and connected with many of the people on council. So I think we need to clear up some things. But my councilman is the editor of this paper, and he asked me to write something positive about school. So if you get a copy of Suffolk Happenings, you need to read something positive about what is really happening in Suffolk, the good things that are happening in Suffolk Public Schools, because we have a lot of good things happening in Suffolk Public Schools and a lot of people who work really hard in Suffolk Public Schools. And I think they need to be recognized and acknowledged for those things. And of course, my wonderful students in Suffolk Public Schools. I got the cutest thank you card from a young man whose name is Bryson. And I interviewed a little girl whose name is Amelia. And I think they got off to a great school year. Bryson's a 4th grader and Amelia is a 5th grader. And they got off to a really good start this year. So I want to say hi to them, to shout out. And one is at Creekside and one is at Nansman Parkway, just to say hello to those two while I'm talking. I also want to say this to our staff members. I had I can't say pleasure, but I did listen to some speakers who were spewing misinformation, and Dr. Gordon addressed it, but I want to say to you, I am so sorry that you were exposed to nonsense. I know what kind of work you do, and I don't care how many times you tell a lie, it's not going to become the truth. Our audits speak for themselves. The city finance director has already indicated and spoke at a public meeting to indicate that our audits were clean. A forensic audit, as someone has noted, is done when the crime has been committed. It is not necessary. If it becomes necessary, everyone will know. And it has not been necessary in these last 11, 12 years, and I don't even believe it was necessary before that, but we haven't had a problem. I thank you for being the good stewards of our resources, and I believe as people understand how you can use the money that we have, they will understand that we've done an excellent job of using the money that we have. Our students have done extremely well, and if you read this article I wrote, you'll see some of the good things that we've done. Not all, but many of them. And so you all have a blessed rest of the year. I'm looking for a great start. And I know that we'll do what we do. Lastly, let me say this in my 54 seconds. For those persons, and I'm quoting William Barber, for those persons who claim the faith that I claim, the Christian faith, you cannot be a Christian without a conscience. And if you have a conscience, you cannot continue to lie knowingly, and be comfortable with it. You all have a blessed evening and a blessed school year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't use quite all of my time. I had one more thing I wanted to say. May I say one thing, Madam Chair?
If Ms. Howell does not matter.
It's very short. I wanted to thank Dr. Gordon for continuing to correct misinformation that is being sent out in our community, because he has the right, and I'm glad that you expressed it under your First Amendment, to say that, and that is your job. Thank you, Dr. Gordon.
Madam Chair, do I have to go last next month? I just sound like a parrot.
It's okay. Go right.
Much of what I had in my own notes and my original thoughts has already been said. I will say welcome back, SPS family. I hope that you're excited to be here and be back in school and ready to learn. I also wanted to make note of Mr. Boone and his comments. I think he made very solid points in such a gracious and great, humble manner. Congratulations to Ms. Creedle and Ms. Scott, and to Mr. Robinson, who I seem to see weekly now, if not more often than that. I want to note that I have been in communication with Dr. Gordon, with Roger Fawcett, with the mayor about the traffic in front of Florence Bowser during drop-off and pickup. We know the first week of school is always an added layer of chaos as we adjust, but I still received your information. I passed it on to the proper people, and I see that they're working on a plan to the best of their ability. I can assure you we're doing everything we can as a school system, and some of our limitations are due to the infrastructure, which we have no control over, but we are working on what we do have power over there to address that concern. And I want to thank the parents that have sat in those lines so patiently to drop off and pick up their children. I don't believe you're the ones that I've driven by that are making the gestures. I believe you guys are the ones waiting patiently to get to your babies, so I thank you. I participated in the August retreat, I think shortly after our board meeting in August. And I think that was a good opportunity to update and collaborate on some things. And I think that helped finally hash out a policy we were attempting to discuss for several months. So that in itself was a blessing. I went to the day after the candidate forum, I went to Nansemond River High School for the Adopt a Classroom ceremony with the Norfolk State men's basketball team, and that was a lot of fun to walk the halls again as a grown-up and not feel held hostage, but also just to see the kids that were, some of the students were just in awe of these basketball players. Most of them were very tall, and some of the kiddos wanted to know what the GPA requirements were to play basketball, what they needed to do to prepare. And I just think that was a really fun opportunity for those students to be motivated that this moment right here may not be the most fun or what you want to do with your life, but here's where you can land. So I think that was a great visual for them. I also have heard from one teacher today about her concern over not having adequate access to walkie-talkies in her building. I passed that straight on to Dr. Gordon, and he replied by 6:30 a.m. So I just want to put it out there that he was not aware of it. He's now aware of it, and he has also informed me that we have a whole order of walkie-talkies already in process that should arrive within the next couple of weeks. So it is being addressed, and as of probably 6 a.m. when I brought it to his attention, he was not aware, and now he is. Tomorrow night, go cheer on your Warriors. They play Deep Creek at home. And on October 1st, from 6 to 7:30, I will be having a town hall at Creekside Elementary School. You are all welcome, and with that, I will say goodnight.
Thank you. So with me being last, everything is already said. But I just want to thank all of you who are out here in our audience that have stayed. As always, thank you to the staff, Dr. Gordon, Attorney Waller, Mrs. Gardner, and all the other staff that's out here, and our amazing Suffolk News Herald person. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone that got awards, congratulations, and I know you will continue to do great and represent Suffolk Public Schools. First day of school, visiting schools, it was exciting. We saw the little pre-Ks, some was crying, parents were crying, and some was just running to get out away from their parents. So it was like a little even here. So it was great seeing them. I did have the opportunity of meeting kindergarten on Saturday, and it was quite a few kids, but I gave all of them and the parents my number. I said, if you need anything, let me know. If you have any questions now. And so this one little kindergarten, when I was leaving, he pulled me, he said, yeah, I do have a concern. I was like, okay, what is he so cute with his little glasses on? He said, by the time I eat my lunch, my ice cream is melted, and I need some help with that. So I don't know how we're going to be able to help that, but I told him that I would let everybody know and say, Oakland, that I'm going to talk to the principal to see what can we do to make sure his ice cream is not melted by the time he finished eating his lunch, because his voice is important. We want to let him know at kindergarten age, his voice is important. So thank you all for everything you do. And again, please support our students and go to the games and everything that's going on. We appreciate you. Do we get everything right? No, no one does. No one in this room gets everything right, but we try. We try, and at some point we have to learn to trust one another and not always say, we want to do this because it's potential. It's always potential for something, but we have to trust one another and just do what is right. Just do what is right. And, you know, if you see someone, board members, I mean, if we see each other somewhere, it's not a problem speaking. We're board members. We're on the same board. So when I see board members and they don't want to speak, I'm like, okay, whatever. But we have to get better, just like Mr. Boone said. We have to get ourselves together and just speak truth and not always trying to put a negative narrative out there. And I appreciate you all. Have a good night. This is it. and we have our information-only items, but this meeting is adjourned.